stop forcing them to get vaccinated.
Alerta katipunan sa bukid.
So, I think we have been, some people in the country, I think, again, are saying to the speaker that they just want the lockdown to stop, right?
Yeah, that is what they are asking.
Pagkatulog,
Kasi yung lockdown,
pa ang sunda.
basta ba, Mr. Empleo sa Cebu, marami kang empleyado doon. They're making a play on your name.
There are quite a few who are actually unemployed, sir. Or quite many.
Last September 26, I think Pacquiao launched his candidacy there with PROMD, Progressive Movement for Development Initiative. I was surprised when I was listening to him. He was talking native Cebuano. He was very fluent and very eloquent. He displayed a lot of his own political acumen. He talked in Cebuano. I think he should just be talking in Cebuano all the time. And if the private translator explain what he's saying to the people. Good morning, Senator. We cannot hear you. There you are now. It's there now.
Sebentar, can you hear us? You have no audio.
We cannot hear you. We cannot hear you. I think your microphone is not tested.
Maria Gloria Lipato, good morning.
Okay, from where are you, Miss Maria Lebato? He cannot hear, well, he went out and maybe he will try to get in again. Senator Tata, I'm talking about Senator Tata. Mr. Roy Empleo, what is CBPLC? What is that?
Actually stands for Cebu Business Park Lions Club.
Oh, Cebu Business Lions Club.
Lions Club. Yes, sir. I
Cebu
wasn't able to
Business
change
Park
it.
Lions Club. Okay.
Uh,
So you are a lion.
yes, sir. I am with Sir Henry Tumalabkad. He's the current president of our club.
Okay.
And
We
even
are
with
very-
Manji Abejo. I think she's also one of us right
We are
now.
very fortunate to have somebody from the Cebu Republic with us today.
Yeah.
The Republic of Cebu will try to compete with Singapore soon.
Yes.
After the COVID.
Mm-hmm. So
I
true.
think Governor Gwen Garcia should run for president so that she can stop all the lockdowns all over the Philippines.
I don't know her plans, but maybe she will.
Do you still have a lot of lockdowns in Cebu?
No, sir. No, sir.
So, you see, Mr. Lorque, Speaker, they have no lockdown in Cebu. Because Governor Gwen Garcia fought with the administration not to have lockdowns.
Tinututukan niya yung local government code.
Oh, yeah. I think Senator Tatad is fixing his audio. But Mr. Serapio is not yet ready, is not yet here, is not yet making himself available. We are,
Can you hear me now?
yes, we can.
Very
Now
good.
we can hear you.
Good
Very, very
morning.
loud and clear.
Good morning.
Yes,
How,
we
how
were
are
talking.
things, how are things in the U.S., Hill?
Well, in the US, nobody is forcing anybody to get vaccinated. And everybody here, because of the universal health care of Obama, can get a vaccination almost without paying anything. And well, people here who don't want to get vaccinated are left alone.
Uh-huh.
So, and there are high incidents of COVID, especially the Delta variant. But the Americans are saying that's the price you have to pay for freedom. Somebody has to die.
Mhm. But
Well,
not
in
the
the
right
Phil-
people, huh? The wrong people are dying. Huh?
The well, there are so many vacancies right now in senior homes because the senior homes before you had to wait for a waiting list to get into a subsidized senior apartment. But now, because of COVID, there are many vacancies, and the waiting time was reduced from 3 years to just maybe 3 to 6 months. So maybe it's working. The plan to depopulate the seniors is working.
So
Um,
COVID is man-made?
Well, that is something that I would not like to get into because a lot of people get so emotional about that. My position is very strong against mandatory vaccination. And that's what I share with a lot of people. I say, nobody should force you. If you
Yeah.
want to be at risk or anything, that's up to you. You know, and if you want to be safe from these things and you believe in the vaccines, it's also up to you. In the Philippines right now, I respect the people who don't want to get vaccinated, but I tend to disagree with the very strident effort to convince other people not to be vaccinated. Because some of them may get the wrong information in their zealotry to convince people about the way the mistakes of this administration in dealing with COVID, they go overboard and also maybe are creating more heat than light, you know, in the discussion. Well, that's just my opinion. I think Bien Lorque, his friend, Ray Valeros, is one of the leaders of this anti-vaccination people, the Gising Maharlika. And I think Giancarlo Iway is also a member of that, Gising Maharlika, but I don't know if Giancarlo has himself vaccinated or not.
Actually, Captain Ray Balderos is not against vaccination. He is only against the addiction of the vaccination they are doing now is that because it is under clinical study.
Well, we now see Miss Maria Gloria Lebato. She has started her video. We welcome you here. Can you tell us where you are connecting from, Miss Lebato?
Wala kang
Oh,
audio.
You have to unmute.
Well, she cannot hear you.
Can you unmute,
asking
please?
her. We're asking her to unmute, but I am clicking her unmute. She's not unmuting. So we cannot hear her. She can hear us, I think. Oh, there she is now.
Oh, okay. Narinig niyo na?
Oo, marinig na.
Narinig ka na namin.
Okay. This is Maria Gloria Libato of the city of General Trias, Cavite. I am a
Okay.
Warari. And in 2010, I ran for governor here in Cavite from Alpha Omega, 19 political party. But absolutely, we are not lucky because here in the Philippines, the people that are voters, they don't like the people that are talented and with the energetic. They want always the money. That's why I joined the Alpha Omega because this is nice and the people are good. And I was elected in the convention of Kapatiran Espiritual ng Pilipinas. And I'm lucky because Kuya Charlie Serapio is there, and Ate Mahal, Rowena Prado, and all the people around. And actually, we go around the Philippines. And absolutely, I was one of the leaders before, 6 years in the Region 4A, Calabarzon. And up to now, since 1995 up to the present, I was a political party, and I am very energetic as a political leader. And absolutely, I was in the Bagong Pag-asa movement with this Kamalayan, and I'm one of the convener too here in Cavite. And I'm happy that I was now here at your link, and I'm so glad because my SIM card before was lost. That's why I cannot contact my friends here in Katipunan. But this Katipunan, the KKK, the year 2010, I submitted to the COMELEC here in Cavite. That's why they know. Some of them they know, but most of them are this. Because they are Bulag, Pipi, and Bingi. And I am active for this Facebook, Messenger, all the link, Twitter. And I hope this Katipunan, I want that Kuya Charlie will run for president. Because according to the prophecy last 2015, when we are in Zamboanga, in Dapitan, according to Haring Solomon, the kingdom of God, the next president of 2022 was Kuya Charlie Serapio. I told to Ate Mahal, Prado. Yes, this is true.
Yes.
And according to Haring Solomon, that was in 2016. Pres Duterte also was in the prophecy. And I want Kuya Charlie will be the president, not vice president.
Okay.
Because we already go around the Philippines, Luzon, Visayas, Mindanao.
If I were Charlie Serapio, I will not run for vice president because my opponent will be Digong. So I will avoid fighting Digong because he will do anything to win. But we are waiting.
And I was so happy because I contacted Ate Mahal, Rowena Prado, and I'm now here because I'm looking, where are they?
Yeah, we are listening to your group today.
Yeah.
And we are listening to the way you have experienced your own parliamentary elections within your group. And according to Attorney Serapio, he has informed us in our last meeting, I think, Speaker, that's right, Mr. Speaker, that they have 186 representatives all throughout the country, elected through a parliamentary process.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right, Ms. Libato? So that is what we want to hear from you. But while we're waiting for Mr. Serapio to get ready and to present the videos of your meetings as well as the speeches of CJ Puno, we would like to hear from Senator Tatad on his speculations as to who will be the final presidential candidates during this election season. Mr. Speaker, can you ask Mr. Tatad?
Yeah.
Yeah, Senator Tatad, you are recognized. You have no audio.
This audio is giving Senator Tatad. There
Okay.
you are now. You're fine.
Okay. I do not want to speculate. I am observing developments. I am reading the news, listening to the news, and on the basis of what I hear, I have some knowledge of those who are interested in running for the highest office. But I'd like to wait for the deadline for the filing of candidacies in order to know who really are running. There are always possibilities that we do not foresee. In the last election, more than 100 individuals filed for president and had to be disqualified. So I want to look at the final listing before I form an opinion on whom we should support.
Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
can I have the floor and I will brief the body of what I have learned so far, which includes political gossip and the news. First, the only candidates that are declared are Isko Moreno, and then Lacson and Pacquiao. No, the others are being coy about it. And the only persons talking about system change is Bongbong Marcos, but he is not declared, and also Pacquiao because he is talking about parliament, even if he doesn't explain what this parliament idea is right now. The others are what I call holier than thou candidacies. What I mean by that is that they say they are holier than the other candidates, that they will do a better job once they become president kasi mas mabait sila kaysa sa mga, in their own words, mga gago na mga nandyan sa pwesto ngayon. So those are holier than thou candidacies kasi, as I've explained to you in our group, Mr. Speaker, that is why we are moving for a parliament, because we view the presidential system as a rotten system. It's like a car without corruption brakes. And it is a car which has no steering capabilities because the steering wheel is fixed in the direction of oligarchic interest. So what we need is a driver, not only a driver of the car, and most of them presidential candidates are just applying to become a driver. What we need perhaps is a driver mechanic who understands how to fix the car and not just drive the car. But all of these people are just saying, we are mas mabait na driver, we will not drive too fast. We will be good to you. So you will have a comfortable ride, even if we have a rotten car.
Well,
That is what.
And some driver who are applying, they don't know that the tyrant in is already rotten, and they cannot control. They could no longer control the steering.
well, I am in agreement with much of what has been said. No? I am a firm supporter of the parliamentary system. I've said in my writings and my speeches that the Rotary Club appears to be the only place where the presidential system works well. No, I am for the parliamentary system, and right now, what Dr. Ramos is saying has a lot of validity. But precisely, if we are in favor of the parliamentary system and are determined to do something about the presidential system, we should start talking about the systems rather than personalities. Because the announced presidential candidates even if they succeed in becoming president, under the Constitution, they do not have the power to change the system. I mean, if they run in the next election and win, they will govern according to the rules of the Constitution. The Constitution does not allow the president of this republic to change the system. So I think we should focus on how to change the system so that we will have programs that are very clear to our people. We'll be able to allow our people to choose which programs to support. And on the basis of the programs, we can now pick the men and women who will govern the parliamentary system. I think we have to educate our people, no? Maraming nagiging emotional dito sa mga isyung ito, pero masyadong nakakalihis dun sa totoong issue, no? Gusto nating magbago. Even in the online masses, some masses include prayers for the election right now, no? As we prepare for the election, one prayer says, we want to remind our Lord that He has promised to send us men and women who will be servants of the people, who will serve rather than be served. No? It's a good prayer, except that I think the first thing we should pray for is that first the elections must be honest and clean, that we must really work for the right things, that the people should know what they want and should say so. Not just a choice of men and women, but the proper ideas that should govern the nation, that should move us to progress. Oh, and I'm seeing a banner here, Katipunan Party Convention. No, so
Yeah, this group is presenting to us their experience of parliamentarism. According to Charlie Serapio, they have been practicing it, and they are sharing with us today how they're going about it. So we will have we'll give them the next 30 minutes, I think, to present what they have.
Okay, let's listen to them now.
I think they're now ready, and Attorney Serapio, you are recognized. You can proceed.
Good morning, gentlemen, honorable men and women of the Congress of the 1899 Malolos Constitution. Special greetings to my good friend, Senator Kit Tatad, who has graciously joined us this morning, I suppose upon the invitation of your leader, Gil Ramos.
Good.
Anyway, without
from you, Charlie.
Yep, I'm happy to hear from you as well. Anyway, we will just be showing you snippets of the convention of the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi Katipunan Party, which was held last September 18, 2021, no, using Zoom as its virtual platform or floor for its deliberation. These snippets will more or less lay the predicates as well as frame the presentation that I have been asked to make before your August assembly. So without much further ado, may I ask our IT in my office to begin the showing of these videos. And with your kind indulgence, kindly give your attention to it. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Serapio, and Professor Hill.
Go ahead.
I think Attorney Serapio has to go now.
Di ba't ang sarap maging malaya? Makakagala ka kung kailan mo gusto. Makakapag-surf ng mga bagong ideya. Sky's the limit, ika nga. Pero sa totoo lang, malaya na nga ba talaga tayo? O nagpapalit-palit lang ng mukha yung mananakop? Dahil ang pagiging malaya ay hindi lang nakikita sa kakayahan mong magreklamo ng hindi nakukulong, sa kapasidad mong makuha ang bago o makasakay sa uso. Ang tunay na paglaya ay nasa pagkakaroon ng malawak na kamalayan, sa kakayahang umunlad ng hindi naman nalulumpo sa kakatrabaho, sa kakayahan mong makasabay pagdating sa oportunidad. Be all you can be ayon sa mga kano. Dahil kung sila ay may American dream, tayo dapat meron din. Pero bakit parang ang pag-unlad sa atin ang hirap matamasa? At kung madali, bakit parang nakalaan lang sa iilan? Saan nga ba nadiskaril ang dapat sana ay tuluyan nating paglaya? Yung sama-sama. Kung tutuusin, nagkaroon naman tayo ng magandang simula. Nang umigpaw ang kamalayang Pinoy. Nagising tayo sa katotohanan meron tayong iisang lahi, iisang bayan, na tayo ay Pilipino at atin ang Pilipinas. Yun nga lang, mula doon, iba-iba na naging diskarte. Nagsasama-sama lang muli tayo, nagkakaisa ng damdamin pag may kalaban. Sa hinaba-haba ng kasaysayan, pagkatapos maitawid ang ipinaglalaban, kanya-kanya na muli ng pakikipag-unahan. Kanya-kanyang pag-aabuso sa napanalunan, simula lider hanggang ordinaryong mamamayan. Sari-sariling diskarte sa pagyaman, walang pakialam kung may matapakan. Para bang masaya pa sa ugaling gulangan at talo-talo na pag di na mapakinabangan. Paano nga ba natin nasisikmura ang magpakapusog sa ambisyon habang milyon-milyon ang gutom? Ang manira imbis na bumuo. At kung may nagawa man, bitin. Paulit-ulit na lang ba? Ang nakasanayan sa politika, yun at yun din. Hibang, di ba? May tawag dyan, political insanity. Ano bang napapala natin dito sa lumang paraan? Sa panandaliang palakpakan at plastikan sa tuwing tayo'y kinaiingitan? At ano na ang nangyari sa tinatawag nating bayanihan? Maraming katanungan, pero lahat ito maliliwanagan kung iigpaw muli ang kamalayang Pinoy. Isang bagong kamalayang Pinoy kung saan nananaig ang tamang paraan, kung saan una ang bayan dahil ang may malawak na kamalayan ay namumuhay ng may konsensya, ng may pakialam sa kapwa. Kasi alam niya mga umaangat na mag-isa madaling mahila pababa. Pero pag sabay-sabay ang pag-unlad, nagkakaroon ng suporta mula sa kasama. Mahigit 100 taon na mula nang magising ang ating kamalayang Pinoy. Bukawin muli natin ito ngayon. Tandaang walang bansa at lahing maunlad ang nakatikim ng kasaganahan nang hindi ito pinaghihirapan, nang hindi ito pinagkaisahan. Tama ng kahibangan sa yaman at kapangyarihan. Nakakasawa na. Magbago na tayo. Imbis na political insanity, political unity. Pag-ugnayin at ipagpatuloy ang maaayos na programa kahit nagpapalit tayo ng leaders. Imbis na mangarap para sa posisyon, mangarap para sa bayan. Imbis na siraan at gantihan, magkakaisa. Imbis na dungis ang iwan, tangal. Imbis na mas malaking problema, solusyon. Para walang napag-iiwanan. Para hindi tayo magpamana ng kahihiyan. Matuto tayong tumahak sa tamang daan at pagkaisahan ang pagbabago. Gaano man kasikip ang kalsada, kung sama-sama, kayang gumawa ng bagong daraan. Pansin mo, pag nanood ka ng concert, ang lakas ng dating. Iba ang enerhiya pag sama-sama. Pag sama-sama, maraming ideya. Pag sama-sama, malawak ang pangunawa. Pag sama-sama, may paninindigan. Pag sama-sama, kayang-kaya. Kaya makibahagi sa pagbabago. Yan ang daan sa paglaya. Kung saan lahat makikinabang. Lahat nasa tamang daan. Lahat umaalalay sa isa't isa. Nagagawa naman natin ito, di ba? Yan ang tulong-tulong. Sama-sama. Bakit hindi natin araw-arawin? Bakit hindi natin panindigan? Ngayon na, ituloy na natin ang paglaya. Paigpawin ang bagong kamalayang Pinoy. Buuin ang isang Pinas. Now na!
convention.
Thank you very much, kasamang Noel, sa inyong ginawang pagpapakilala. Let me clear the deck by greeting the official dome of the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi, led by Attorney Charlie Serapio, its founding elder, and the Secretary General, Amor Mostrales. I also greet all the delegates to this convention. Delegates coming from Metro Manila, Luzon, Visayas, and as far as Mindanao. Mga kasama at mga kababayan, let me congratulate the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi Political Party as it holds its national convention today. I take it that you will be participating in our national elections to be held in May 2022. Observers of our political odyssey, not the opinion that our coming election may determine the rise or fall of our decaying democracy. With your leave, allow me to discuss the various challenges to our democracy today. Let me start with the history of democracy and the development of its different phases. In its first historical phase, democracy was immediately dismissed as a government of the mob by the early philosophers like Plato. And so the idea immediately evaporated from the face of the earth for a long time, indeed for 1,000 years. Democracy, however, was not to remain in the graveyard forever. The resurrection of democracy and its second historical phase started around the 10th century. In its resurrected form, it slowly took the shape of representative democracy, or the indirect rule by representatives of the people. But even in its resurrected form, it took representative democracy up to the early years of the 21st century in order to prevail. Along its difficult and tortuous way, democracy has to break down all accretions of antipathies to the notion that the people are truly sovereign. And these antipathies came from powerful secular and sectarian forces. They came from kings who refused to give up their royal prerogative to rule the people by virtue alone of their bloodline. They also came from theological tyrants who claimed infallibility beyond the spiritual realm. They also came from dictators who hallucinated that they knew everything and could order everyone around. It took numerous national wars, regional wars, and 2 world wars for representative democracy to beat the last of the isms, that is communism. Even then, in the course of navigating its history, democracy metamorphosed into several variants. Democracy has appeared dressed as aristocratic democracy, as a social democracy, as Christian democracy, and as socialist democracy. But there is no doubt that today, democracy is the dominant form of government throughout the world. By the end of the 20th century, 119 out of a total of 192 countries would be called electoral democracies. And they cover 38% of the world's population. That is why no less than the Nobel Prize winner, Amartya Sen, considers democracy as, quote, a universal value. For more than 100 years, we Filipinos have been aspiring to become a full democracy. So as we prepare for the coming elections, this 2022, we should ask ourselves the tormenting question: how does the world view our state of democracy? Freedom House is a US-based non-profit, non-partisan organization that supports democratic change, monitors freedom, and advocates for democracy and human rights. Every year, it evaluates the state of freedom all over the world. And they categorize countries as free, not free, and partly free. For so many times and for the nth time, the Philippines has been rated only as partly free and not as a fully free democratic state. This has been the sorry story of our democracy. Since we won our independence from Spain, we have exerted robust efforts to establish a democratic regime in our country, not only as a theoretical construct, but as a reality on the ground. We made that covenant in the Malolos Constitution, as well as in our 1935, 1973, and 1987 constitutions. But after a century of efforts, our dream to establish a democratic state is turning out to be a frustration, indeed a cruel delusion. Hence, as we prepare for the 2022 elections, I wish to invite you to focus on some of the reasons why we have not solved this perennial problem besetting our democracy. First, consider the kind and the quality of our representative democracy. In a representative democracy, the people elect the officials who will govern them. Election, therefore, is the life force of a representative democracy, for through the proper choice of rulers, it avoids the unwieldiness of a democracy where the people rule directly. But it is also its Achilles heel. For through elections, the government can be captured by a small elite that promotes its selfish interests and disregards the bigger interests of the people. Hence, the electoral process in a democracy must meet some irreducible requirements. For one, the conduct of elections from beginning to the end must be free from any form of unfairness, protected from any species of fraud, and insulated from any degree of discrimination. Unfortunately, the evidence that our electoral process has failed to pass this basic criteria cries to high heaven. Our elections are highly driven by money, sometimes even by dirty money. Today, the estimate is that a presidential candidate needs 50 billion pesos to have a decent run for the position. And undeniably, our elections are also controlled by political dynasties. Political dynasties that continue to monopolize power in almost all our electoral units. Political dynasties are poison to the principle of majority rule, which is the essence of democracy. Political dynasties choke the access to political power by the people in the same way the old monarchs and the modern dictators claim the exclusive franchise on the right to rule. Hence, political dynasties result in a government of the few and a government for the few. These dynasties fail to produce governments that can be trusted to look for the overlooked. Secondly, I submit that we can never attain the full status of full democracy unless we respect with the unfailing fidelity the rule of law. In unadorned language, the rule of law simply means that those who govern the people must be under the law, for no one is above the law. And history teaches us that the rule of law is the sine qua non for democracy to start. And it is still the sine qua non for democracy not only to start, but for democracy to survive. As well pointed out by almost all political scientists, and I quote their findings. From the start, the state must be organized on the basis of the rule of law. Those who govern must be accountable to the people. The transparency of the governing process must permit the citizenry to keep a watchful eye on government officials in order to detect corruption and punish those who perpetrate it. Corruption can strangle a democracy at any stage of its development. Legislatures must have real law-making powers, as well as the right to hold the executive up to scrutiny. The judiciary must be independent of political manipulation by the executive and legislative branches. And the military must abide by the rules of democratic government and accept civilian control. End of their findings. Sad to state, the rule of law is weak in our country. It has a spine that is as strong as the spaghetti. Lawlessness reigns king in various levels of society. Lawlessness rules in our streets where simple traffic rules are not enforced. Lawlessness has also reared its ugly head in some branches of government, where not infrequently the fidelity given to the constitutional principle of checks and balances goes no further than a salivary salutation. When the sanctity of these touchstone principles is trust, the inevitable result is the eruption of corruption. Third, I submit that if we want to qualify as a full democracy, there are certain democratic norms which we must satisfy. These norms provide democracy's moral content, and undeniably, among the norms that command the highest importance are equality and inclusiveness. The norm of equality demands that human rights must be equally distributed and guaranteed to everyone. The norm of inclusiveness requires that economic progress should not be restricted to the rich, but should include the poor, for democracy cannot thrive on the poverty of the many. Studies on democracy overwhelmingly show that, I quote, wealthy and upper middle income countries tend to be democracies and semi-democracies. And conversely, poor countries tend to be semi-authoritarian. End of quote. In the case of the Philippines, democracy rests on a foundation of sinking sand because it has a missing middle class. And worse, the galloping gap between the rich and the poor is getting more unconscionable and more intolerable. The statistics say that in our country, 4 million families own nothing, while the top 50 families own everything. We do not need the omniscience of the divine to make the warning that our democracy cannot succeed where you have a multitude of people with heads without roofs, with backs without shirts, with stomachs without food, with feet without shoes. It hurts that millions of our countrymen migrate to other nations and risk all the maladies of maltreatment in order to escape the more virulent economic miseries in our country. Today, democracy is going through its third historical stage. From a direct democracy to representative democracy, and to what the writer John Keane calls monitory democracy. Monitory democracy means a democracy where those who govern are monitored by the people moment by moment. This has come about because of the declining trust of people on their elected and unelected representatives. Hence, the metamorphosis of representative democracy to monitory democracy, where watchdogs, guard dogs, and barking dogs of all kind keep a watchful eye on their representatives and agents in government. The emergence of a monitory democracy is patent in our 1987 Constitution. It is the reason for the establishment of such independent bodies as the Commission on Audit, the Commission on Human Rights, the Office of the Ombudsman, an independent judiciary, and an interventionist civil society. Our Constitution recognizes that the people are the ultimate watchdog of their own interests. For this reason, our Constitution redesigned our state not only as Republican in character, but democratic in its essence. It again stressed and re-stressed that sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanates from them. In other words, it considered the people as the son of sovereignty, while their representatives are merely the moons that reflect the people's sovereignty. And it is for that reason that the Constitution gave the power to the sovereign people to remove through recall some elected officials. the reason why the Constitution gave to the people the power to enact local and national laws, and the reason why it gave the power to change the Constitution itself to the people, a power which, for all intents and purposes, is the power to create and recreate government itself. I keep on stressing that the Constitution merely affirmed and did not grant the sovereign power of the people. For in truth, the sovereignty of the people is inherent in them as a people and cannot be granted by any piece of paper, even if the tissue of a paper is called a constitution. The power of the people as sovereign preceded and antedated all man-made constitutions. There is no power higher than the sovereign power of the people, as all other powers are merely delegated by the people. Hence, the delegated power to execute laws given to the chief executive, the delegated power to enact laws given to Congress, the delegated power to interpret laws given to the Supreme Court cannot be used nor abused to nullify the sovereignty of the people. And to further fortify the power of the people, the 1987 Constitution made it the duty of the military to protect the people whenever they exercise their sovereign power. Let me end by saying that we will never be a full democracy unless and until we fully enthrone our people as the real sovereign in our country. If democracy has not flowered in the Philippines, it is because the people have been betrayed by some of their so-called representatives time and time again. If democracy has not been deeply rooted in our soil, it is because it has often been hijacked by a small but powerful cabal of political and economic elite. In other words, the story of democracy in the Philippines is the story of betrayals after betrayals of the interests of the people. Democracy will succeed in the Philippines only and only if we can stop these betrayals. Let us begin the task itself with ourselves. For we are the people. Mabuhay ang Katipunan ng Kamalayang Pilipinas, and may God bless us all.
Mr. Chief Justice Renato Puno, on behalf of the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kaibanggi KKK Party, thank you very much for being the moral beacon, inspiration, and champion of our cause. Mr. Secretary General, what is next in our order of business?
Mr. Chairman, we will now proceed with the presentation, reading, and ratification by consensus and acclamation of the Omnibus Resolution approved by the National Directorate and adopted by the representative of affiliate organizations. Resolution number 001-2021. Number 1, the National Directorate, in a meeting called for the purpose of formalizing the decisions made in its discussion on 18 July 2021, 5 August 2021, and 24 August 2021, approved and ratified the following. Number 1, resolution authorizing the party's founding elder, Attorney Carlos G. Serapio, to engage, negotiate, and broker terms and conditions of cooperation with other political parties, movements, groups, or other associations and their presidentiables and candidates, temporarily designating him as party chair. Number 2, the appointment of Brother Villamor Amor Mostrales as Secretary General and Brother Rodolfo Banjo L. Francisco as Deputy Secretary General.
Mr. Secretary General, is there any other business to be conducted by the convention?
The last item in our program and agenda is the address and call function by the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary General. With the kind indulgence and permission of this august body, please allow me to make this shout out as our millennial generation calls it. Mr. Chief Justice Renato Puno, President on leave, Councilor Joel Parr, President Faisal Mangondatu, and the other officers of the National Directorate. Honorable delegates, the Deputy Secretary General Banjo Francisco, and the Secretariat who work hard for the success of this convention, guests, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings of peace and love, Pax Christi. Life is a series of choices and decisions. Ang buhay ay isang patuloy na paglalakbay ng pagpili at pagpapasya. Ang bawat hakbang ay ginagabayan ng ating isip, puso, at mga pinahahalagahan sa buhay. Our heart, mind, and values are our tools in discerning and making our choices and decisions in life. A simple and graphic illustration is that of a girl torn between romantic and pragmatic love. Ang tanong niya, ang pipiliin ko ba ay yung tinitibok at nagpapalukso na aking puso o yung magbibigay sa akin ng kasiguruhan at ng saganang buhay? Maganda sana kung nasa isang manliligaw lang ang sagot. Datapwat hindi laging ganito sa totoong buhay. Ang ating pagpili at pagpapasya ay tumatahak sa magkakasalungat na landas ng tama o mali.
tuwid o baluktot, totoo o kasinungalingan, liwanag o dilim, pagbabago o pagpapanatili, buhay o kamatayan. Mas masakit pa kung ang pagpipilian ay kapwa mali, baluktot, kasinungalingan, o yung nagpapanatili sa kadiliman at patungo sa kamatayan. Kung 6 na dekada na natin itong ginagawa, mula 1965 hanggang sa ngayon, ulit-ulitin lang ba natin ang ganitong pagpili at pagpapasya? Kung ang paulit-ulit, paikot-ikot, pabalik-balik na pagpili at pagpapasya ay ganoon pa din ang magiging bunga, itutuloy ba natin ang ganitong kabaliwan, kahangalan at kahibangan? Susundan lamang ba natin ang arok ng nauunawaan ng ating mga kaisipan at gagawin yung kaya lang ng ating katawan? O palilipa rin ba natin ang ating kamalayan para tuklasin natin ng may buong pananampalataya ang kapangyarihang nakaluklok sa ating kalooban na naghihintay lamang ng ating pagkilala at pagtanggap para bigyan tayo ng lakas na ilagay sa ating mga kamay ang ating kapalaran? Hindi ba natin nakikita ang pangako ng bukas sa ating hanay? 400,000 noong 2016 ang nagsabi na gusto na nilang iwanan ng kasalukuyang kaayusan. Tumalon at umigpaw ito noong 2019 sa bilang na 7 milyon ng mga nagtiwala sa ipinakita ninyong pag-asa ng pagbabago. Ito ba ay babaliwalain na lamang natin at tayo ay susuko sa kaisipang dahil wala tayong material o pinansyal na kakayahan, tayo ay titigil na lamang para tapakan at adyakan ng kabayong itim at kainin ng walang laban ng sistemang ating ginagalawan? O gagamitin ba natin hindi ang pantaong kaalaman, kundi ang karunungan ng dakilang kapangyarihan na nasa atin para isalamin ang pagpapastol sa pag-ibig na isinabuhay ng kanyang pagpapakasakit? Kung si Kristo Nazareno ang hari natin at ang lupaing ito ang kanyang kaharian, ang unang kapangyarihan na ating maipapakita at maibabahagi ay ang kanyang Sermon on the Mount, na siyang ating panimulang salita na lalangkapan natin ng gawa. Ang dakilang pag-ibig ng Diyos ay ang tanging lakas na pagmumulan ng maalab at matapang na pag-ibig natin sa bayan, na kayang hamunin ang anumang balakid sa ating paglaya sa sistemang piitan na sumisikil sa ating mga pangarap. Mangangahas ba tayong umigpaw sa ibang kaayusan at pamamaraan? Kung layon natin tumawid mula sa lumang sistema tungo sa bagong balangkas ng kapangyarihan, mula sa unitarianismo papunta sa federalismo, 4 ang prinsipyo na dapat nating tindigan. Una, human dignity, ang karangalan at saligang likas na karapatan ng tao. Pangalawa, stewardship, ang pangangalaga sa lahat ng yaman at biyaya para sa kabutihan ng lahat at hindi pag-aangkin ng kahit sino man bilang pag-aari nito. Pangatlo, subsidiarity, ang pagtugon at paglutas ng suliranin mula sa pinakamababang pagkakahanay-hanay ng antas na pinagmulan nito. Pang-apat, solidarity, ang pagkakaisa ng kabuuan. Sa ibabaw ng lahat ng ito ay ang pananampalataya natin sa dakilang lumikha. Mabibigyan lamang ng buhay ang mga prinsipyong ito ng isang arkong sasakyan, ng isang kilusan at partido na ang mga sumasagwan tungo sa daungan ng pagbabalik ng kapangyarihan sa taong bayan ay ganap na umiibig at handang magpakasakit. Kung ang sigaw natin ay ayaw ko na, ayoko na, paano tayo gagawa ng sariling entablado, kwento at palabas? Ngayon, sa konbensyon na ito, inalis na natin ang tabing at tinaas natin ang telon para sabihin, sawa na ako, na ang pinanunood ay iyon at iyon din, ang kawali at ang palayok, ang kabayong itim at kabalyerong hineting puti, kwadrang mabaho at madilim, asong nauulol sa katatahol ng pare-parehong daing. Paulit-ulit na kabaliwan, kahibangan at kahangalan. Sa halip, handa ba ang bawat isa sa atin na isigaw, gagawa ako ng sariling palabas, ng sariling kasaysayan. Tayo ang mga pastol ng tunay na pagbabago sa lipunan. Hindi tayo si Juan Tanga o Juan Tamad. Tayo ay si Juan Kalikasan at si Juan Orasyon. Sagot sa sarili nating panalangin. Pinapakilos ng dakilang kapangyarihan at kalooban sa diwa ng igpaw ng pagbabago ay nasa katotohanan na ang pag-ibig sa Diyos ay pag-ibig sa bayan. Ito ang hamon sa atin. Mga katipuneros, manindigan tayo. Nakaguhit na ang ating pangarap sa anyo ng isang bagong saligang batas. May libo-libong manggagawang handang itaguyod ito. Ang kailangan na lamang ay ang pagbuhay sa banal at dakilang espiritu ng mga mananahan nating mga kababayan sa kalooban nito para ang kanilang kapangyarihan at bayanihang pagganap ang bumuhat sa banga ng tagumpay ng kaganapan ng ating pangarap. Mga pastol ng tunay na pagbabago sa lipunan, ito ang igpaw ng pagbabago. Ang pag-ibig sa Diyos ay hindi maihiwalay sa pag-ibig sa bayan. Bilang tanda ng paninindigang ito, sabayan natin ang sagisag ng hinaharap si Xavier Tamayo, anak ng ating kapatid na si Wendell, sa pagbigkas ng preamble ng kinabukasan na inating inaasam at pinaglalaban, ang Puno Bayanihan Federal Constitution. Maraming salamat po. Mabuhay ang Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi, KKK Party, ang Kamalayang Pinoy Movement, ang bagong sistema, bagong pag-asa, ang kapatirang espiritual ng Pilipinas, spiritual government, at ang may mahigit 141 samahan ng mga mamamayan sa ilalim ng lahat ng mga kilusang ito. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Mabuhay ang lahat ng delegado sa iba't ibang rehiyon ng ating kapuluan. Isulong ang pagbabago sa diwa at spiritu ng kapangyarihan ng pinakadakilang lumalang, manampalataya, gumawa. Salamat po.
We, the sovereign Filipino people, imploring the aid of Almighty God to build a permanent and indissoluble nation and establish a just, humane, united, and progressive society under a government that shall embody our shared ideals and aspirations, promote the common good, conserve and develop our patrimony, and secure to ourselves and our posterity the blessings of independence and democracy under the rule of law and a regime of truth, justice, freedom, love, equality, and peace, do ordain and promulgate the Constitution of the Federal Republic of the Philippines.
Mr. Speaker, it's your turn.
Thank you.
Mr. Abdo and Professor Hill, any reaction?
No, it was a very good presentation, and we thank the Katipunan ng Kamalayan Kayumanggi for sharing this with us. Thank you very much. Maybe Senator Tatad also has some reaction.
Yeah, Senator Tatad, you're recognized.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, okay.
You're muted, Kit.
I'm okay?
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, okay.
Okay na?
Okay now, okay.
Well, I think we owe Attorney Charlie Serapio and his group a lot of thanks for the presentation this morning. We learned a lot from his remarks and those of former Chief Justice Renato Uno. It's very inspiring to see Charlie giving his presentation being framed within the images of the Nazareno and Dr. Rosa Rizal. I think the message was not lost on those, watching and listening to him. But I want to go back to the remarks of Chief Justice Puno. Are we a real democracy? He says, no, not yet. We cannot become a real democracy unless, he says, and I hope I'm quoting him correctly, we install the people who are the real sovereign in the rightful place. And then at the end of his remarks, he said, we are the people. And I want to find out if this is not an actual call for revolution. We are the sovereign, and we cannot do anything about our democracy until we install ourselves as real sovereign. And well, he's no longer there to answer this question, but I hope Charlie will be able to enlighten us. The constitutional proposal is very precise. You're already talking of a federal system. I've written a few things about the federal system. I was in favor of the federal system when I thought we could include Sabah and the Spratlys, because in that case, we would have some components of the territory that should be integrated into the union. But right now, we are already an integrated whole. There is no reason to fragment this whole and then put them back together again into one federal union. That is my basic objection. Although the most successful federal governments in the world truly provide an inspiration. But that's one of my reservations. But I'd like to see this initiative pursued to its logical conclusion. And I wish Charlie Serapio and his companions all the luck in the world. Charlie and I used to go together when our good friend Badong Enriquez was still alive during the administration of President Erap. We already shared some ideas and we went on certain missions together. But of course, that's one story that failed to continue. And I hope where we failed before, he would succeed now. That's all for now.
Attorney Serapio.
Mr. Speaker, with the kind permission of Senator Tatad, my friend, and let me greet Gloria, who I heard earlier, Gloria Lebato. Anyway, I have my own formal address as I was requested by President Hill to prepare, because what you heard is what was delivered in the National Convention of the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi. So if you will allow me a few more minutes, I would like to deliver this and then address the questions also of Senator Tatad, hopefully in the context of my submissions. So
Okay, the request is granted.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of Congress of the 1899 Malolos Constitution, by your leave and kind indulgence, I have shared with you snippets of the National Convention of the Katipunan ng Pamalayang Kayumanggi Party, which was highlighted by the keynote speech and dissertation of former Chief Justice Reynato Puno. It is in the frame of his submissions that I will make my own presentation to this August Assembly. The complementary video events that preceded our convention proper in turn set the tone and spirit of our gathering. To go direct to the point, please note the fundamental proposition of C.J. Puno. We, the people, are the wellspring and source of all powers, which are delegated to the government, their organs, instrumentalities, and agencies. The Constitution, as the document that created them, is but a tissue of paper, to quote him, unless honored in the service of and enforced for the welfare of the people. The Constitution is the expression of democracy, as rule of, by, and for the people, if the grant of delegated powers provided therein is exercised to promote and protect them, secure and prosper them. After all, that is the rationale for the People's Act of delimiting their sovereign powers and delegating and entrusting them to their agents and representatives. Sadly, as has been pointed out, the situation that obtains in the nation now is the people's trust has continuously been betrayed, and the organs, instrumentalities, and agencies they have created have been subverted to serve the interests of an elitist oligarchic few. This has come about because of the following reasons that C.J. Puno also underscored. One, the poor nature and quality of our democracy, where we do not have a robust middle class and only 50 families own and control the vast wealth of the nation. The weak adherence to the rule of law, which represents the people's sovereign will, their values and institutions. 3, the undisciplined observance of moral norms, which are the foundations of democratic precepts, such as respect for human dignity, integrity, and civic duty. With the capture and subversion, therefore, of the system and component subsystems, such as elections, there arose an imperative need to change and shift it. For that to happen, however, the people have to be awakened from their stupor to the reality that they are actually just going through the motion of exercising their sovereign will by deluding themselves that elections is their platform for real change. The people keep on doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result, while those who propose themselves to positions of leadership continue to present themselves as white knights who expect to mount and rein the black horse, the system, to the direction of good government and good governance, only to be perennially prostrated with the system overwhelming them and bringing them in the quagmire of betrayal after betrayal of public trust, of corruption and kinds of vicious sins against the people. Political insanity. As Einstein puts it succinctly, doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. Applied in our politics, specifically in our elections, that is political insanity. The lesson from the proverbial story of the turtle and the scorpion should have been instructive for us. The scorpion inveigles the turtle to allow it to ride on its back so it can cross the river and get to where it wanted to go. The scorpion promises the turtle that it will not bite the latter, and instead it will recognize and return the favor. The turtle, smitten by sweet talk, agreed to carry the scorpion on its upon leaving, the scorpion bit the turtle, who incredulously asked, "Why?" The scorpion curtly replied, "Sorry, Mr. Turtle, but that is my nature." Sorry, Mr. Boater, but in a system that requires me to spend billions and be beholden to those who help me to acquire the chips to play the game, what can I do but recoup and even earn? Sorry, Mr. People, but unless I tighten my hold on the reins of power at the top, play ball with the syndicates and all levels of the bureaucracy, the black horse will throw me off and even kick me out. Sorry, that is the nature of the system. Ladies and gentlemen, members, honorable members of this Congress, this is the bull whose horns the Kamalayang Pinoy movement, KPM, dared to hold and change in its target. Instead of reinforcing the political culture of the people, which accounts for the insanity that maintains the system, we endeavored to evolve their consciousness from the state of being just a consciousness in itself to a consciousness for itself, as a political pundit puts it. How? By applying the dialectics of change. In the days of our youthful activism, the principle often quoted is that of the internal nature or innate character of the thing is the basis of change, while the external factor is the condition of change. This is illustrated in the analogy of an egg and a stone. The internal nature and innate character of an egg allows it to evolve and break out into a chick when heat is applied to it. But to a stone, regardless of how much heat you apply to it, no chick will come out of it. The KPM thus creates conditions and apply means to awaken the innate character or internal nature of man as a being with consciousness. The political insanity video, seminars, workshops, study groups, exposure programs, and projects. These are some of the conditions that the Kamalayang Pinoy movement, KPM, have created. That movement led to the formation of a political party with philosophy, ideals, and aspirations different from the traditional political parties, which are just in and out factions of the same elitist bloc. Hence, the birth of the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi Katipunan Party. The political party of awakened members of those who have been conscientized by the KPM aspires to compete for political power as the sine qua non condition to bring about system change. Parenthetically, as pointed out by Senator Tatad, it is not the presidency that has the power to change the system, but the power of the president can very well influence the organ that can actually do it. As the vehicle for the specific focused advocacy of system change, the party led the formation of Bagong Sistema, Bagong Pag-asa, BSBP. And overarching these vessels of people's sovereign power is the Kapatirang Espiritual ng Pilipinas, spiritual government that propagates the core spirit and value, the cornerstone of nation building, our historic spirit of love of God and love of country. This was the spirit that propelled our struggle for freedom and independence that was initiated after the Katipunan leaders held a prayer vigil on a Good Friday in the Pamitingang Cave of Montalban Mountains. This spirit of our founding fathers is the same spirit that we are summoning now. Honorable members of this Congress of the 1899 Constitution, a document framed by the founding members of our nation, I respectfully submit that what will infuse life into the form of a new system is the awakened spirit of love of God and love of country. More than what the mind can conceive that can be achieved, it is a spirit that moves consciousness into action that prospers persons and nations. That spirit is the energy of love. To the Catholic Christian, no one else demonstrates and radiates that love other than the Nazarene King, the Lord's servant Jesus Christ, to whose followers the great Roman Empire capitulated, thereby paving the establishment of Christendom. The real sovereign of our persons and nation is our Nazarene King, the Lord servant Jesus Christ. In politics, that sovereign spirit is embodied in the sovereign people. The call, therefore, is for us, is to recover our sovereign power. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, honorable members of this August Assembly. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Salamat po.
Thank you, Attorney Serapio. In relation to what you had mentioned, as well as the word given by Chief Justice Puno, that the sovereignty resides in the people, I would like to read the provision of the Republic Act 5160, wherein the sovereignty really exists. They have to do it. We could easily change the system of our government. Section 122 of Republic Act 2160, it could easily change the system, local initiative. So if why we are here today, because I want and the group wanted to reiterate that we have to change the system. So it says that not less than 1,000 registered voters in case of provinces and cities, and 100 in case of municipalities, and 50 registered voters in case of barangay, may file application with the Sangguniang concerned, proposing the adoption, enactment, repeal, and amendment of an ordinance. considering that the word ordinance differ from national law. But I am not a lawyer, but I would like to tell each and every one of you that once the Constitution is violated, it seems, because Constitution is the highest and supreme law, it seems that that changes is imminent. So I drafted a petition and I sent to Professor Hill, and for the what you call this finalization by the group of lawyers. So I said that that the petition reads like this: we, the registered voters of the Republic of the Philippines, together with the members of the 1899 Shadow Congress, who submitted a resolution to Malacanang on September 1, 2021, addressed to President Duterte, with a proposed proclamation to adopt the 1899 original Philippine Constitution, approved by the 1899 Shadow Congress during their plenary session that begins on June 19, 2021, with respect to the first President of the Republic of the Philippines, General Emilio Aguinaldo, to hereby submit his petition to amend the 1987 Constitution, and particular of which follows. On September 27, 1899, Shadow Congress received a reply mail from Malacanang dated September 7, 2021, with cordial regard. We would like to remind Malacanang that the supreme law of the land provided in Section 1, Article 2 of the Philippine Constitution states that the Philippines is a democratic and republican state, sovereignty resides in the people, and all authority emanate from them. The Republic Act 11223, specifically Section 7 of Republic Act 11332, enacted on February
We can't hear you anymore.
You faded.
I think something went wrong with the sound of Engineer Lorque, our speaker. Is he back now?
The speaker is being muted.
Okay. Well, I think what she was trying to say is that there are actions done by this group, and for those who just came in, this is the 1899 plenary sessions, meeting every Saturday to talk and gather and plan for a possible shift of the country towards a parliamentary setup. And one way is to adopt the 1899 Constitution. The document which Speaker Lorque was referring to was a resolution sent by this group. Something Malacanang, sound of what's happening. Well, it was sent. Well, okay, now that you're back, go ahead.
Professor Hill, I'm sorry, I was disconnected. So I would like to state that the initiative definition state that initiative is the power of the people to propose amendment to the Constitution or to the proposed enactment of legislation through an election called for the purpose. That is according to Republic Act 1935. So for that reason, I just follow the section 5 of Republic Act 6735, that we have to submit petition which contain the text and proposed law so to be enacted, approved or rejected, amended or repealed, and the proposition the reason therefore, and that is one of the exception provided therein, the signature of the petitioner and an abstract summary of proposition in not more than 100 words. So I would like to ask Professor Hill as to whether or not this proposal has to be accepted and subject for edition. Thank you. Professor Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was just explaining what you were trying to say, and it is one of our efforts to try to manifest the people's desire for change, and one of those is the resolution that you have crafted. But I think we have to study that some more. And at this point of our discussions in our program, if you follow that, we are supposed to amplify and react to the talk which Attorney Carlos Rapi just shared with us. So may I propose that we table discussion of that specific proposal and put it into some sort of committee for further refinement or action later on by the group.
Noted.
At this point, I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, that I would like to react to what has been said, what has been stated by Attorney Serapio, what has been commented on by Senator Tatad, what the Principal Speaker of the KKK Convention, the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayamangi Convention, CJ Puno, has stated. So may I continue, Mr. Speaker?
Okay, go ahead.
First, we have to take note of a very salient point that was mentioned by Senator Tatad, that in effect, the speech of CJ Puno to the KKK convention is really a call for a revolution. He is asking the people to take power into their hands and correct the situation that we are in right now. He has stated the fact that the flaws of the democracy that we had is that it allowed an electoral process that is flawed, which allowed a select few to control the process and therefore capture control of our patrimony and our society and our polity. And that's in the words of another group called Katipunan Demokratikong Pilipino, ayan ang mga oligarko. The oligarko that is controlling our public utilities, the oligarko that is controlling the COMELEC syndicates, the oligarko that is making sure that they select the tribunes of the people that they can make puppets of to continue controlling the destiny of the nation. We have called the system, this defective polity in more picturesque language, as a car that is totally defective, a car of the state whose steering wheel is fixed in the direction of the interest of the oligarchs, that has no corruption brakes, like the parliamentary system wherein what CJ Puno has referred to as a monitoring democracy. A parliamentary system has a weekly monitoring process, and therefore that puts the brakes on possible corruption plans. They are nipped in the bud by that process. But that does not exist in our system right now. And so we are at a quandary, and as stated earlier by Senator Tatad, what are we to do? How do we go about changing the system rather than allowing these comedians right now presenting themselves as drivers, as mabait na driver sa isang sirang bulok na sistema na presidential system, isang sirang kotse na hindi mai-direct ang steering wheel papunta sa kapakanan ng tao at hindi rin masawata ang talamak ng korupsyon sa ating bansa. Ano ang gagawin natin? Ang sinabi ni CJ Puno ay nandyan ang isang grupo ng tao na sinasabi niyang protectors of the people. Kailangan na ating masabi sa mga protectors of the people na tayo ay sawa na sa sistemang ito, hindi pwedeng umubra ang proseso ng eleksyon kasi ito'y kontrolado ng mga oligarkong hindi magpapasaway ng mahinahong salita. Kanya nga sabi ni CJ Puno, we now are controlled by an elite, a monarchy of the wealthy, which will never give up power willingly, because the nature of power, a power technician told me before, a common friend of us and Senator Patad, this guy who was a member of the Hukbalahap said, power is never given, power has to be taken. And the call of CJ Puno is just that. It's exhorting the people to realize that we are the sovereigns of our land. And unless we take power into our hands, then nothing will come out of it. And since we are not trained to wage such a thing on a struggle to get power, which element of our society is best equipped to do that? And those elements are the armed elements, those with the monopoly of armed force, and those are the military, the armed forces, the protectors of the people. They have to realize and they have to be wakened up to the reality that the interest of the people have been continuously exploited, opportunistically raped, and that our electoral sovereignty has always been threatened by this process. And now we are again going for a process in 2022 where the same thing will happen all over again. As Attorney Charlie Serapio has stated, I go through a process wherein we'll try to do the same thing and hoping that we will expect a different result. Of course, the Kamalayang Tayumanggi, the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Tayumanggi, has boldly said that they will sally forth and participate in the coming 2022 elections. But what are they to participate with? CJ Puno himself said that it has been estimated that the incidence of spending required to be able to capture the presidency in the Philippines runs to 50 billion pesos. 50 billion pesos is $1 billion, okay? And who among us, among the groups that are now trying to put things together, in fact, they are not even together, they are different groups trying to make a cacophony of noises complaining about the system but not knowing what to do, like a bunch of headless chickens running around that are not coordinated at all. The only coordinated force in the country is the military force. And we have to communicate to the military that the people have had enough, that the military have to correct the situation. That's why we, in the 1899 Congress, in this 1899 grouping, have made a communication to the president saying, Mr. President, you have to do something about it because you are capable of doing that. And if you are not capable of doing that, you don't want to listen to us, then somebody else will have to do it. And that's the military force under him, which will now do away with him. Because if he cannot do it, as some people would say, if you could not lead the way, then you have to get out of the way. And that could happen to him. So what we're saying is this: we have to have the military act. But the military will not act unless we communicate with them that we want them to act and that we have a sense of purpose and a sense of orchestrated focus that they have to do something about the situation that we are in. The revolution waged by the NPA is not the answer, because what they have done, although they have the right ends and they have the right analysis of society maybe to some extent, what's happening though is that the method through which they tried to do their thing has created a long-term process wherein their own members were corrupted, their own people got divided, they started killing each other, and now they are at a situation that they cannot do anything at all. And they were going around the revolution in the country in the wrong way. Instead of killing the oligarchos and all of these corrupt politicians, they killed the poor simple soldier that is opposing them because they are mandated by the Constitution to protect the country against subversion. So that is the situation that we are in. Only the military force can help us right now. Now, why is there some merit to what the KKK is doing by participating in the election? We can only use the election to awaken more of our people. That is why we go into the foray we go into the sally forth into the fray and educate the people about this. Use the present situation to use these presidential candidacies as bouncing board, like playing billiards, wherein you don't hit the ball directly, papabandahin mo doon sa kanto para tamaan ng tamang bola. So we will use these candidacies to educate the people about what should be done, that these candidacies are useless. What I call them is holier than thou candidacies, saying na kami mabait na driver, hindi kami mag-overspeeding pa dito sa sirang kotse na presidential system. But what we need is a driver mechanic that will tinker with the system and correct the rotten car, which we call the presidential system. Why do I concentrate on the military? Because that is the first element of a state. And building a state, it's always the military force that comes to the fore, protect the people and secure the territory of the nation. Now we are beset with all the problems that was addressed by CJ Puno, commented on by Senator Tatad, again articulated and reiterated by Attorney Charlie Serapio. It points to the fact that we are in a desperate mode, especially with the pandemic situation. The pandemic situation has exposed the innards of the corruption that our society has given us. The corrupt officials that take advantage of ayuda and take advantage of the situation, wherein I have even said that we thought that before, sa atin, big time na yung wetting lords at saka yung mga drug lords, until we met the COVID lords. These COVID lords who took advantage of the situation by especially taking advantage of the way our government responded to the pandemic. So it boils down to the fact that we have to take advantage of that situation. We have to address the situation that we are in, participate in the elections, only to be able to communicate to the people so that we can tell the military that we are fed up with this, that we have to shift to a different setup, we have to go to parliamentarism, and one way is for the military to obey the order issued by the first president of the republic back in January 1899, saying that we have to promulgate and obey the 1899 Constitution, which has never been abrogated by the Filipino people. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Professor Hill. And because you people who are here, you heard already the word from CG Puno and Attorney Serapio, likewise from Professor Hill. So I would like to hear any reaction from any of you here. And you can raise your hand and you will be given a chance to say something. Kong Villarama, Congressman Willie Villarama, you are recognized. Congressman Villarama, are you around?
He's around, but I think he has disappeared again.
So anybody from the group has to react from what was delivered by Attorney Carpio and CG Puno.
Well, Mr. Speaker, may I have the floor again?
Okay, granted.
I think the silence of some people, maybe they must have difficulty assimilating all of these ideas percolating here. But more than anything else, like your proposal, wherein we are trying to devise ways of mobilizing the people, as your proposal was focusing on gathering signatures around 81 provinces, 60 cities, chartered cities, and 1,500 municipalities. Maybe we should ask the people here who are part of the Kilusan or the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi, how we can work together in making that process of gathering information, on gathering, disseminating information and gathering signatories from all of these areas, how can we cooperate in doing that? Is it something that is within the program and plans of the Katipunan Kamalayang Tayamanggi? I am addressing that question to Attorney Charlie Serapio.
Attorney Serapio, you are recognized. Attorney Serapio, you are recognized.
I don't know if he's around.
Hello. Yes, no.
Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, Mr.
Yes,
Speaker.
Professor Hill is asking some question as to whether or not what the particular help you can extend to the 1899 Congress when it comes to signatures of the registered voters from barangay, town, and cities.
Yes. Okay. To address that directly, one of the reasons why we showed the participation of different regions in the convention is to impress on the members of this Congress that is the kind of organized structure or machinery that we have on the ground. Definitely, we have people in all regions. When the Secretary General mentioned 156 delegates, it was before other delegates also submitted, other regions submitted the names of their delegates. In truth, what happened was close to about 200 delegates attended the convention, and all regions of the country were represented. So that is where you can begin. In other words, you can coordinate with the heads of our regional organizations in order for them to connect you to their leaders in the provinces, and those in the provinces will connect you to their leaders in the municipalities if they are present, and the municipalities to the barangays. But let me just, and this is not to dampen at all the enthusiasm of the Congress. I think you have a very good initiative. You have cited a law that can support the initiative that you want to undertake. But let me just share with you the recent experience of signature gathering that was undertaken by the MRRD NECC, which successfully collected 5 million signatures, bound them together, presented them to the incumbent president in the hope that the president will consider the signatures as proof of the people's clamor to have a ship in the system. But sadly, the same was recognized by the incumbent, but it did not take action on it, in as much as the incumbent, I suppose, believes that the mode in the country at the moment is already in the election mode, no longer in the transition mode. Okay. Now, but we will provide you with the names of our regional heads and their contact numbers. Right now, they are busy signing the certificate of nominations and acceptance for all those who want to run under the Katipunan party. And in as much as that is the mood and the ambience now, or the political ambience now in the country, the election process, while we may have our differences with it, and we have stated that as a platform for change, it can definitely not bring that about. It does provide the opportunities, as Professor Hill pointed out, for us to organize and for us to awaken our people to the proposition that if they want sovereign power to be restored in their hands, they have to collectively organize, they have to collectively mobilize, and they have to be clear on the direction where they want to go. You have to give them a reading, for example, of the elections. Surveys upon surveys are always being brought to the public attention. And what kind of reading is being made by our people? The reading that is being made is so and so is popular. And since I want to go with the winner, with the majority, lamadista ako, I would rather go with the one that is popular. Okay? And something somehow is missed out in the public reading. If the public reading is there is a solid, say, the latest SWS showed that the latest survey points to a particular probable candidate with a 20% solid support from the ground. What is the reading that the people should be able to see? That 80% of our people do not support those who support the 20%. Second reading, unfortunately, the 80% who do not want to support the leading contender or probable contender that has 20%, the 80% is atomized or fragmented between and among different candidates. Hence, there was a call for unity. But why is unity being elusive? For one, the basis of unity is not the kind of gravitas that can draw people to a higher goal or to a higher aspiration, because the gravitas simply is an anti-gravitas, a holier than thou, to borrow the words of Professor Hill. The pitch is we are holier than the other, and therefore you choose us. We are now the white knight that can actually rein the dark or the black horse to the stable of good governance and good governance. So why is it not possible for them to unite, knowing very clearly that if they do, they have 80% of the people behind them? Again, the answer them is there is the system. Just as the nature of the system cannot respond to a 5 million signature campaign that has successfully collected those numbers, just as the system cannot call for a constitutional convention or even organize itself into a constituent assembly in order to discuss change, because that will mean legislating against itself. The system also does not encourage that kind of coalition of interest by the people, because those running also may not necessarily see that what the people want is a real change, a change. The 80% of our people want real change. So the answer is, it is innate in the nature of the system not to do so. Why is the COMELEC, for example, not allowing candidacies and always saying that you are not qualified because you are a nuisance? Because that is how the system protects itself. That is how, like a virus, no? When a virus invades the human body's system has the inherent capability to produce antibodies to defeat the virus. In this particular case, people who are espousing for change, people who want real change in the system, are considered anathema, antipathy, as to use C.J. Puno's word. They are considered to be poison to the system. And what the system will do is to eject it, to expel it, because you do not belong. But the more virus invade the system becomes weakened. And that is why we pointed out that in 2016, when the Katipunan Party first participated with just one senatorial candidate, that senatorial candidate obtained votes of about 400,000 to 700,000 votes. I used to say 400,000. I checked the record. It was actually more than 700,000 votes. When the Katipunan Party participated in 2019, putting up a complete slate of senators, the only party that did that, coming from different regions of the country, the COMELEC immediately reacted, and the COMELEC wanted to disqualify all the 12 candidates of the party, and claiming that they do not have the means to wage a bona fide campaign, and therefore they are not bona fide candidates. But then we pointed out, they belong to a political party that you registered and you accredited. And you cannot accredit a political party unless it has a national constituency and it has a political machinery. So caught in their own argument, caught in their own laws, they, COMELEC, had to recognize the 10 of the 12 candidates to be qualified candidates. But again, talking in a twisted tongue, they had to say, you are independents. So 10 of you are qualified to run, but we will consider you independents. Why is that twisted? That is twisted logic. The only reason why those 10 can qualify to wage a bona fide campaign is because they have a political party. And yet they do not want, the COMELEC did not want them to use the party. How many votes did all of those candidates cumulatively obtain? 7 million more votes. The candidate of the party in the Cordillera, a young lady lawyer, obtained 70,000 more votes, which were 30,000 more than the top-notcher of the senatorial race. She was the top-notcher in the Cordillera, at least in the Ifugao part of the Cordillera. Why? Because all the Ifugao tribes decided to support her. It is a proof of concept that if only people can be galvanized around a persona and around an idea that that persona advocates, then the people will have something to gravitate to. And the more people gravitate to that, the more viruses are now in the system that we have at the moment, and those viruses can actually overwhelm the system. Third point, and please forgive me for use. You see, the question of Senator Tatan, is that a call for revolution? If our understanding of revolution is not the Jacobin type of revolution, similar to the French Revolution, similar to the Russian Revolution, where revolution is defined by the use of force that is not institutionalized, then that kind of a revolution would be similar to the revolution being waged by the Communist Party, because that is being waged outside of the system. In this particular case, the revolution is a revolution of consciousness, a revolution of idea. It is a revolution that calls for transition, building on what is provided in the present system. And what is provided in the present system? The provision of a constitutional protectorate. That was what we were pointing out to those who collected signatures because they wanted the incumbent power to declare a revolutionary government. And we told them immediately, if you insist on declaring and establishing a revolutionary government, the system will not be able to respond to you favorably and will not be able to re-engineer itself, because revolution of that nature and kind is anathema to it. The nature of that kind of revolution is definitely opposite than the nature of revolution provided for in the present constitution that stipulates the constitutional protectorate provision. And what does that say? That whenever sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the welfare of the people are put into jeopardy, then the military, as pointed out by Professor Hill, is duty-bound under that constitution to protect not the agents or representatives of the states, not those occupying the offices from the highest position in the executive, legislative, or even in the judiciary, but the military is called upon to protect the people. That is constitutionally enshrined. And when that happens, the military will definitely have to ask for the application of another principle. And what is that principle? That civilian authority shall at all times be supreme over the military. So the military will always look for a civilian authority from whom they will be getting their commands. When we ourselves in our own Malolos Congress declared that there was a state of, this was in 2004, that there was a state of crisis in the Philippines, that elections can no longer address the state of crisis, that we mandated General Abat, Secretary Enriquez, and Ambassador Roy Sinieres to devise a means by which we can respond to the crisis, not necessarily just through elections. No? The former chief of staff of the military, we will not name his name anymore, who by the time was already a member of the Philippine Senate, said in ridicule, why will we follow the command of this civilian authority, meaning Abat Enriquez Sinieres, may they all rest in peace. And why will we follow and subordinate ourselves to the 1899 Malolos Constitution when there is an operating rule of law under the present Constitution right now? To the mind of the military, in the person of that former chief of staff sitting as a Philippine senator, there was no rationale for them to be able to do that. Now, ever since that time, more than decades ago, the situation has worsened and they may be more receptive to it. Why are you now addressing the military to this effect? At this very moment, as we speak, the military is in crisis. The government is in crisis. Why? Because in the Senate hearing in the Blue Ribbon, the Senate, which is a separate equal body of the executive, has ordered the arrest of those who are in contempt of the authority of the Senate. But the executive decided to say, no, not only will not I allow the members of the cabinet to attend when they are summoned, but rather I am also ordering the military and the police not to assist or provide assistance to the Sergeant of Arms of the Senate whenever they want to enforce a warrant of arrest for contempt. So now you have two organs of power in our government at loggerheads. And the one that is in the middle is the institution of arms, the armed forces. Which one will the armed forces now follow? The armed forces will say, the incumbent carries with him the mandate of 16 to 17 million voters. The incumbent, based on surveys, continue to be popular. Do you think now that the military will find it easy to make a decision? On the other hand, the Senate is composed also of leaders who were voted by millions and millions also of people. The Senate, the highest votes, in fact, of the top-notcher senator was 25 million votes. And the 16 million or so votes of the incumbent executive is just the vote of, I think, the number 9 or number 10 senator who won in the 2019 elections. So what will now the institution of arms, what will the military establishment do? First, you have to provide them the argument of legitimacy. Second, you have to provide them with the argument of popular support or popularity. You have to provide them the argument of democracy in the different aspects that were described by C.J. Puno. And then you have to describe to them or provide them the argument of morality or of spirituality, in the sense of whom will you really serve? Whom do you really love? Do you love this system, or do you love the people who created the system and who are now being betrayed by the system. So, with all due respect to this Congress, if you can focus your strength and your attention and all the resources that you can mobilize, and if you think that the mechanism of signature collection is the manner by which you can mobilize and organize people, so be it, and you do it. But connect it to the higher vision and the strategy of how the people can actually recover their sovereign power. It is only through organized power. What will happen in the next election? It will be a combination of the 1986 scenario and the 1992 scenario. Why do I keep on repeating that? In the 1986 scenario, there was practically a one-on-one contest. The challenger and the incumbent. How did the elections provide the correct results? If you look at it technically, one will say the actual votes show that it was the incumbent that won. But perception-wise, it was the challenger that won because they said that she was cheated. Okay, so what happened there? The process failed. When the process failed, what happened? The military, a faction of the military came out, but the faction of the military was met by the other faction of the military. So the people now were caught. The institution of arms were divided, split down the middle. And it was the people that actually went into the middle and prevented the two factions of the military from killing each other. The rest is history, as you know. From that 1986 action of the people, what was born was the 1986 Freedom Constitution that eventually led to the 1987 Constitution. What about the 1992 scenario? The 1992 scenario is similar to the scenario now, where you have, I think, 9 or more presidential candidates. And therefore, it atomized, fragmented the voice of the people. You cannot really discern what is the voice of the people because they were divided into several segments of 10%, 20%, etc. If I'm not mistaken, the winner at that time obtained only 23% of the vote. But why was he able to consolidate his 23%? Why was he not challenged by the others who may have also obtained significant number of votes? And why were those who challenged him not able to raise the issue of a failed election or of cheating and everything else? Because the institution of arms, the military, the police supported the winner. And that provided the winner the occasion to now form his so-called Rainbow Coalition. And from 1992 to 1998, we had stability, we had security, we were supposed to be ready to catapult ourselves to being a tiger in Asia. But that same incumbent power did not want to extend his position. The system was just too strong for him to insist that we should now shift. There was a PIRMA initiative in the Supreme Court. But the ruling elite decided, no, we cannot have that kind of perpetuation. We cannot have a shift of the system that will allow the incumbent who was supposed to have provided a good 6 years stable, secure government. And therefore, the system rejected the proposition of changing that. And because the system rejected it, and the leader also relented, he did not insist in the same way that the present leader relented after calling for a constitutional committee to review the 1987 Constitution, after the committee of C.J. Puno crafted a constitution that should have been presented to the people for deliberation in a constitutional convention. His influence was not used other than to tell Congress in the State of the Nation that I am sure that when this is presented to the people, the people will actually support it. But he did not use his influence of his office to prevail upon Congress, no, to call for that constitutional convention. If the same zeal that he is now demonstrating in the current impasse between the executive and the legislative is there, then we would have perhaps now the forum for constitution making. As a last remark, please remember that there is always a triggering event whenever a constitution, which is the significant symbolic repository of the power, the sovereign power of the people, whenever a constitution is given birth, there is a triggering event. In the case of the 1899 Malolos Constitution, the triggering event was the Philippine Revolution and the intervention of the rising foreign power at that time. That was the triggering event that led to the Malolos Congress that crafted the Malolos Constitution. In the case of the 1935 Constitution, the triggering event was the propaganda movement of the leaders at that time, of who went to the US Congress in order to lobby for laws like the hair horse cutting law, the Tidings McDuffie law, that provided for the establishment of a Commonwealth period of so-called 10 years trial government to shift to republicanism or to democracy. Those lobbying efforts on the part of our leaders at the time, of Quezon, of Osmeña, of Rojas, and the rest, led, and that is what's called the propaganda movement, led to the crafting and the of the 1935 Constitution. In the case of the 1973 Constitution, what led to it? Initially, it was the 1971 Constitutional Convention, the hijacking of the output of the 1971 Constitutional Convention, the declaration of martial law in 1972, and the ratification via barangay assemblies of the 1973 Constitution, now enshrined in our jurisprudence as the ratification cases, the Habiliana cases, that led the Supreme Court under Chief Justice, may rest in peace, Fernando now declaring, I think it was Fernando declared, there is no longer judicial obstacle to this Constitution coming into full force and effect. As to the 87 Constitution, what was the triggering event? The triggering event was the election of, if we move it backward, it was the death of Ninoy in 1983, the elections of 1986, the division of the military, the coming out of the people in between the military, the enshrinement of a freedom constitution, which, by the way, it was C.J. Puno who was very instrumental in the crafting of the 86 freedom constitution, that eventually led to the 1987 constitution, which may have been a restoration of the old oligarchy, once again supplanting the noble-rich oligarchy of the power at that time, and but also providing for novel provisions like the provision of the constitutional protectorate. That is now what is in the hands of the people. And if the people only can be enlightened as to what is the roadmap that they should follow, then they can actually bring and restore power back to them. And we submit with all modesty and humility that the Katipunan ng Kamalayang Kayumanggi is trying to provide that option of a strategy and a roadmap. We will participate in the coming 2022 elections. We will leverage the 7 million votes obtained by our candidates in 2019. We will put up a candidate that will definitely be ridiculed by the system and by those supporting the system, because the candidate that we will put up is our candidate who obtained the most number of votes, and the most number of votes that candidate obtained was a little less than 2 million votes. So what we are telling the system is, We have boats, we have boaters with us, we have chips. We want to play in the gaming table of the big boys. The big boys gaming table requires 50 billion in chips. We have only 2 million in chips, but we want to play in that gaming table. And as we play in that gaming table, we will be looking to the left, we will be looking to the right, we will be looking at our back, we will be looking at front and say, gusto mo bang bumakas? Bakas tayo. Kasi our 2 million eventually will be the dominant chips in the game. The 50 billion chips, which are now being used by the others who are in the game, and some of them do not also have 50 billion. Some of them do not also have the other organizational chips. So we want to play the big game of the big boys. And we will not be surprised if once again the system will come out with its antibodies, because this is a threat of more viruses coming into the system. And therefore, the antibody of the system, meaning the COMELEC and even the courts, etc., even the leaders will say, they're ridiculing the system. They are making a mockery of it, etc. From their point of view, they are making a mockery of it. But from our point of view, we are evolving it. We are transforming it by bringing more political viruses who do not think, act, and behave in the same way that the antibodies of the system behave. So, ladies and gentlemen of this assembly, and to my dear friend Senator Tatan, hopefully I have addressed your question on one, is it a revolution? Yes, a revolution of consciousness, a revolution of ideas, because ideas and personas, when combined together, are the beginnings, are the platforms for real change. Structures, systems, forms, etc., they follow. They follow the ideas and the personas. They are the ones who mold the structures. Now, what is the roadmap? It is the strategy of what I call as the strategy of 1%, the strategy of fulcrum, the strategy of jiu-jitsu. That's the strategy of critical mass. It is not a rocket science. It is something that the activists of so many years ago have long been saying, the activists of our country, the activist generation. And I am specifically addressing it to that generation, the generation which was the catalyst generation of the 70s. We sounded the beacon call for real social transformation, for real social change, because we wanted social justice. But because of we were so enamored with our own respective ideas, we were so enamored with the different ideologies of right of center, left of center, and left, we ended up competing with each other instead of providing organized vessels to our people to be focused just on one idea. In the same way that our katipunan of our founding fathers were focused in the idea of freedom, of liberty, of independence, of fighting for real human dignity. That was the idea that propelled them. And what energized that idea was their deep love for God and their deep love for our country. So in this political exercise, there should just be one call. If the candidates cannot unite among themselves, then the call should be for the people to unite around a persona, around an idea, around a gravitas who can be acceptable to them. If that does not happen, and the atomization causes the eruption and the failure of the election, then there will have to be a moral center. And the moral center will become the civic or the civil center, the civilian authority that the military will listen to, that the military will abide and follow. That is what is happening in our midst at the moment. Will this actually come to life, and with this vision that we see really be a reality? Well, the answer is in our hands. That's why we're saying, hindi ka si Juan tanga, hindi ka si Juan tamad, ikaw si Juan kalikasan. It is in your nature to have that kind of consciousness to be awakened. It is in your nature to love yourself and to love your neighbors. But if you are already so overwhelmed by the system, that what will happen is we become just zombies and we simply just continue to go through the motion. Then I am really, really sad that, as was pointed out by CJ Puno, our survival will be in the precipice of destruction. And our survival is more than just going to be challenged. We may actually not survive as a democracy. And therefore, again, ladies and gentlemen of this August body, we have taken pains in sharing not our thoughts with you, but more than our thoughts, our spirit and our soul. And as you invite us to cooperate with you in your own campaign, we are inviting you also to be with us in this odyssey or in this journey of our political liberation. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen of this assembly.
And thank you, Attorney Serapio. And reaction, Professor Hill?
I think we should give the floor to Senator Tatad, because I think his body language says he has to say something to us.
Okay, Senator Tatad, you are recognized.
Thank you, Dr. Ramos. I think there are a lot of things which Attorney Serapio has shared with us today, with which we agree. A few other things which I believe need to be examined at closer range. I'm happy to hear the reaction to my question about the revolution. One question though about that. Both CJ Puno and Charlie Serapio talk about the lack of a middle class, which is the reason for the absence of democracy in this country. One of the reasons. Question is, will a middle class be created by a robust democracy, or will it be, will the robust democracy be the creation of a robust middle class? I think that is one question that I'd like Charlie to address. In the meantime, a lot has been said about the strategy, the process, etc. Now, Professor Hill commends the apparent decision of Kapatiran of Katipunan to join the elections. I would like to reserve my judgment on that, whether it is a wise decision or not. I'd like to ask Tony Serapio the question, does he not foresee the election of May 2022 becoming a farce, with the incumbent president deciding to run for vice president? The reason I ask that question is, clearly to me, the constitutional design does not encourage or does not allow a sitting president to run for re-election to run for vice president, which is nearly the equivalent of running for election. One of the reasons why the Constitution does not allow a presidential re-election is that the Constitution found the fathers of the Constitution did not want the incumbent president to use his office for his benefit, for the benefit of his party mates during the election. Now, if President Duterte runs for vice president, and I think he is determined to do so, nothing will prevent him from using the presidency to help elect his own presidential candidate and himself as vice president. And if they win, and presumably they will have enough resources to make sure they win, he becomes the primary successor of the president in case he dies, is removed, resigns, or incapacitated, etc. But none of these things need to happen in case of the election, because since he was primarily responsible for electing the president, he could always tell the president to step down after a little while, and he becomes president all over again. Now, what will this kind of scenario do to the hopes and dreams of all the other participants, granting they were in earnest about wanting to run the country as it should be run? That is a question I'd like to put to Katipunan with all its high hopes and noble intentions of becoming the principal difference in the coming electoral season. Lots of things were said about the popularity of the incumbent president. I've never believed that this president has any kind of credible popularity. Almost everything he has done is hated by the population. He has called God stupid. He has asked the Catholics to rob their priests and bishops. He is full of invectives and cuss words, profanities for other people. Each of these things nobody wants. But then when the so-called survey organizations put the alleged questions to respondents, those who are supposed to answer no, answer yes. Well, I think we have come to a situation where we need to conduct a survey conducted by an impartial international survey organization to find out whether people believe the so-called surveys being conducted by the fraudsters in our midst. And before we start quoting the results. Okay? I think I can limit myself to these few remarks until I hear again from our resource speaker. Thank you.
Okay, Attorney Serapio, you are recognized in reaction from what Senator Sara is asking. Yes, go ahead. Please unmute Attorney Serapio. Mel?
He's not either,
Yes,
right?
yes, Mr. Speaker, Senator Tatad. Yes, on the first question of the middle class, I quoted what CJ Puno said, no? that is one of the weaknesses of our democracy. But to my mind, there is an incipient middle class. If we are going to define it not necessarily in terms only of its economic simply meaning, but as the thinking segment of and the free segment of our society. And where lies the incipient middle class? It is in our OFWs. It is in people like Professor Hill who are based abroad, especially in those countries where our compatriots are in positions that require professional expertise. Even in the Middle East, where we have a lot of engineers, in the United Kingdom, where we have a lot of nurses. This is the middle class and the thinking class who have been exposed to forms and systems of government which to them are admirable. They are the ones that we should actually now be addressing. They are the thinking component who should, together with the local ones, and we would like to think perhaps that we belong to that same segment of our society. Because that is the role that the middle class plays in a democracy or even in waging for social reforms. On the question of whether it is wise or not to participate in the elections, that is really a very good and sensitive question. I remember way back in the 1980s, this was an issue that was addressed by the Communist Party nationwide, except for the party organ in Metro Manila, which at that time was being influenced
Charlie,
by...
may I interrupt before you continue?
Yes.
On the first question, the middle class, no? I think we are looking for a situation where the middle class can be interchangeably used with the people. The sovereignty resides in the people, and all government authority emanates from them. Now, the people, as a phrase, should become operational. And if I understand the presentations correctly, this phrase has not become operational because there's an absence of the middle class. So I'm trying to look at the situation where it becomes the term the people and the middle class become interchangeable, whatever interpretation you'd like to give to the term the middle class.
Yes. And I will follow, thank you for that, Senator. And I will continue to say that the candidate to be precisely the voice of the people, no, that will be free and independent will be the 10 million or so OFWs who have families here of at least 5 members per household and therefore representing practically 50 million of the 106 million population that we have at the moment. If you will note, even in the revolution of 1898, we all know, one of the reasons why they went abroad, the propagandists, not only to acquaint themselves with the systems of government and with the ideas permeating Europe at that time, but it was also precisely to lobby and be free in saying something about what is happening here in the country. I refer specifically to people like Professor Hill, who is based in the US, no? And that is the kind of megaphone that you can use. If you start propagating the idea, but you have to be very clear on the idea and on the direction of the idea in your own ranks, no? Then that will resonate louder and louder here. To those, in fact, when I answer the second question, I will try to point out why something foreign becomes the influential or even determinant factor in the dynamics of politics internally in the country. So anyway, Senator, that's what I'm saying. I said it is incipient. People at the moment also are able to survive, especially those who have relatives abroad who are still able to send them money. And that's the kind of influence they have also on their families. And if they are galvanized, amalgamated as one force, then you have the situation that you are envisioning, Sir Senator, equating the people with a middle class. A class exposed to new ideas, a class exposed to working, operating systems and structures and culture abroad, a class that wants things to change in their home country because they know that one of the very reasons why they migrated is because of the situation in the country that they left behind. So that is a very powerful force, the overseas Filipino workers. And
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, can I be recognized?
And Professor Hill, you are recognized. And next is Sunny Domingo.
Yes, I just want to interject an observation. We have people throwing out ideas on how to work together. And then I particularly noted the statement of Attorney Serapio that in the past, people who want to change things were enamored with their own particular ways of doing things that they never got united. I think right now, there are so many groups in the country who admits the necessity of system change, but they are not together. For instance, JP Enrile is for parliament change. So is F. Junil Jose. He is also for parliament change. But try to bring them together, F. Junil Jose hates the guts of Enrile. They will never work together because of past baggage and things like that. We have other people like Secretary Tatan, who is also for parliament. But then he doesn't like the federal structure. He prefers a unitary parliament. So he could not work with people he doesn't, not that he could not work, but he would have some difficulty working with people who are doing a combo demand of federal parliamentary change. And then you have Casani Domingo, who says he's for parliament. But he says he would not work for parliament if it is not a sectoral parliament. So he would not like to accept a geographic parliament. But you see, we are again back to that situation that Charlie Serapio had described in the 70s. So many people wanting change, but they want to have their change in their own way. So the first thing we have to do is to devise a way to be able to orchestrate our efforts despite our differences. Unity and complete harmony, we could not do that. The Filipinos are known for that. It's difficult to get us united. However, we can orchestrate our efforts. We have to develop frameworks of working together. For instance, let us do the usual soft technology of complete project management. You want to participate in this 2022 elections? Let us have a start, which is now October 1 to May 22. May 9, 2022. So how do we apply project management to this process of trying to orchestrate ourselves? First, let us create a series of tasks. A series of tasks comes from defining objectives. Okay, what are our objectives? First, we need to shift. The first big principal objective is to do system change. But to do system change, we have minor subsidiary objectives, component objectives. We will have to have research objectives, like to research the best practice of doing that. Then we will have sort of, what do you call this, communication objectives. Like what do we communicate to the people so that they can be galvanized to do system change. Then what will other things like action objectives, what actions can we do to fortify our messaging and to accomplish certain things which would help the people get galvanized and really clamor and be able to translate their desire for system change into actual reality. So we have basically three objectives: research objectives, communication objectives, and action objectives. Now, these action objectives, these things can be, and research objectives and communication objectives, I'm using the science of project management, can now be expanded and blown up into tasks. What are the tasks involved in realizing this objective that we have defined? You know, I'm just saying those are the three objectives. That doesn't have to be the only objectives. We can have a brainstorming process wherein those objectives are well articulated and defined. But now we have those objectives, so we now go into a task enumeration of what task will have to be done to be able to meet those research objectives, those communication objectives, and action objectives, to be able to effect system change that we all want. So when we do that, we make that listing, okay? Then we make an inventory. Which groups are now doing the task that we have listed? So we identify the group of Katipunan, Kalamayang, Kamalayang, Kayumangi are doing this task already. The group of Engineer Bian Lorque of the Bantay Marino, and things like that are doing this task already. Other groups are doing this task already. So we do what is called in project management an enumeration of the entire work breakdown structure to achieve the objective of system change. Then with that, the enumeration of the work breakdown structure, we cluster them. We cluster them and we arrange them into priorities, a priority matrix, and a sequential time matrix of how it can be done sequentially. Which task or which cluster of tasks precede the other. And then we do a Gantt chart on that. We do a document on that, which may not be perfect, but can be a preliminary guide of how to coordinate our efforts. So that to me is a practical way. And this is the usual corporate processes that is done in my consultancies here in the United States. They define objectives, they define tasks, they prioritize tasks, they sequence tasks, and then they assign who owns those tasks. Which group can do this task best? And then which are the gaps that are not being done? Then we create groups to be able to do those things, or cooperating teams from the different groups that are ready for system change. Then we try to gather together a group of statesmen who can be articulators of the vision that we have, like Secretary Tatad, like the Senator Tatad, former Senate President Enrile, Nobel poet, national artist laureate Mr. F. laureate Cecil Guidote, things like that. And even those people who are in the opposition and all those kinds, because we will concentrate now on the what instead of the who. So this is a way, this is a framework of how to work together. If we don't do that framework, we will say we want to work together, but we don't know how to work together. So we will never get to work together. We will just end up in groups like this discussing things that we want to do, and then we go our own way, go home, and do our own thing, and not coordinate at all with each other. If ever we coordinate, we just go talking coordination so that, you know, they think they will be working, we may be able to do what we really want to do. So to me, that is something that we have to develop, a framework, a way to be able to work together and orchestrate our efforts. We will never have unity. We will never see everything in the same way. But in terms of reflected actions, in terms of reflected objectives that we want to accomplish, we can unify on that. We can orchestrate on that and put ourselves together to work on that. And that is, to me, what can be done. And I have the expertise to coordinate such a process of framework building. And I can work with your experts in your own groups, and I can work with them. Through Zoom meetings, we develop this framework of cooperation between groups. Even with the Communist Party, we can work with them. You can tell them we go into parliament, and then you can do your Kaiser thing in the parliament. That whole document that you want to negotiate with the government in Norway. I looked at this Kaiser document. There are many things that we want. These are the ratas that are there that you would like to work with. And what's wrong with the Communist Party being in a parliament with us? That has happened in Europe. They have stopped being Red Brigade terrorists in Italy, and they are now parties in the Parliament of Italy with different names. They're no longer called the Red Brigade Party or whatever, but they have different names now. But they participate now in a parliament in Italy. That can happen in a post-parliament government of the Philippines, wherein the Communist Party can work with the Malayang Kayumangi and the PDSP, and other groups that were formerly very rabidly anti-communist. So, but we have to develop a way to work together. We have to have a framework of working together. And I can participate in developing that kind of framework. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Dr. Hill. And
Speaker.
just a moment, Kakasani, Senator Tatad has a reaction.
Well,
Senator Tatad, you are recognized.
we'd like to thank Dr. Ramos for his remarks. And I believe that we can adopt his idea. But one small statement about myself and the parliamentary system. I don't think Dr. Ramos correctly stated my position. It's not that I do not like the federal system. No, you include Sabah and this practice, and I am all for it. But right now, I think it's a contradiction in terms. There is nothing to federalize in the unitary system. So it's not that I do not like it. I don't believe it will work. So that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Well,
Dr. Hill.
that is why, Senator Tatad, our advocacy here in the 1899 movement is just for parliament. We don't support advocate the federal system. We are open to the group because I have always stated that the more narrow our point of unity, the broader is our unitary base. Because if you try to put combo objectives like federal parliamentary, then those who have misgivings about the federal system would no longer support the shift to parliamentary. But if we can have just one objective, a shift to parliamentary, so that we can have a transparent system to answer systemic corruption. Because I always have stated, the answer to systemic corruption is systemic vigilance, which is allowed for by a parliamentary setup in their question hour, where the heads of department and the head of government itself, the prime minister, answers to his equal, a member of parliament, in the question hour every week. And so that kind of transparency is what we want. Let us unify on that. Let's talk to other groups on that. And then we have a broader coalition instead of all this kind of special qualifications of why you have to support a particular form of parliament. No, we just do a parliamentary shift with a question hour wherein systemic vigilance is an answer to systemic corruption. And then we have a broader base for unity. That's all, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Thank you. And okay, Kasani, you are recognized. Can you unmute Mr. Domingo?
Unmute. We cannot hear you.
We cannot hear you. Can you unmute your audio?
He has no audio, he says. I'm trying to unmute him, but he's His system is not responding. He has to do something. He has to click it himself to unmute.
You unmute yourself. Your audio, can you please unmute? Mel, why cannot he unmute?
I don't know why he can't unmute. And yeah, okay, so I guess he cannot talk to us right now until he fixes audio. So maybe Attorney Serapio can have a response to what I just
No.
said. Mr.
Okay.
Speaker.
I can,
Now,
can I,
okay,
okay, it
Oh,
would
there,
be,
Senator Domingo now.
okay, go ahead.
yeah, it would be very nice if Attorney Serapio can hear what I will say. And Secretary Tatad can hear what I will say. Kung sa Tagalog, parang salamat Hil sa pagsabi mo na pwedeng lulutuin ito. So I also appreciate your mentioning that I go for a sectoral parliament. But of course, like you said, that can come in later. First, we must have the parliament, then we can identify what kind of parliament we have, right? Okay. So I'm taking notes here, but so you would know where I am coming from and why I'm asking two questions, one for Charlie and one for everyone. But where I came from, I used to be with the political affairs office of President Marcos for so many years until the day that they called that the sandwich revolution, whatever it is. Okay, yeah. Now, I used to work with a group of Attorney Serapio. I don't know if it's the same Serapio. But I remember Charlie. Okay, I used to work with him. I used to work with CJ Puno also. And then I used to work and strategize with General Abbott. And now I am working with Malolo's convention, Malolo's constitution. But there are others I work with. The most I remember now is the food blockade that we set up in, which leads me to a question to Charlie and everyone. The food blockade actually stopped the delivery of food in Manila for 24 hours. And it was led by a group of farmers that did the right thing for us to be able to add additional peso to the support price of the government because every farmer was getting hungrier every day. Every time they harvest their crop, they lost money. It's the same thing that's happening now. Every time they harvest their crop, like if the government buys at 19, it cost 1750 to many years ago to produce 1 kilo. But the traders are buying at 10, 12, 13, 14. So where would the 2 peso come from? Okay, could be the ayuda. But anyway, since we are running out of time, my question now is for Charlie is, what if we did it this way? You were talking of a trigger point. In what if the OFWs who bought their tractors now would suddenly go to the highways and block the food that's getting to Manila? What if the labor sector met them somewhere in Balintawak and asked the government to do things right? So that's a triggering point. Will that be possible? Now, will that recognize that there is a middle class? The middle class could be the farmers if only assisted, but they're not assisted. So anyway, you have now identified the OFW. That's well and good. We have the growing labor sector now. That's also getting better. At least they can now buy their car. Now that car is cheaper. So my question is, will that be a way to trigger? Of course, without forgetting the project management approach of Professor Hill, which is a systems change frameworking of which I would volunteer also to join in the future, as we have tried to join with other with the visit to some other guys. So if I may put this question into the discussion now, and I'm happy that this gathering or forum or this assembly that we have has now gotten all and gave us a history of what's happened before by Charlie, and also an inkling of what Senator Tata did. So if I may add one more question, and I'm through with that, what is it that Secretary Tata says that they tried to do everything during the Marcos time and everything, but there are some things that they miss out. So may I have an answer to the two questions, please?
Reaction from Attorney Serapio.
Yes, yes, Mr. Speaker. Brother Sunny, yes, I'm the same Charlie Serapio with whom you worked with in the past. I remember your RISE advocacy, and one of those who was trying to advocate that with you was our good friend MD Rebueno. Now, he was very proud of what you wrote regarding that. Anyway, should I address immediately Mr. Domingo's question or the pending questions of Senator Tatad? Because Senator Tatad has two other pending questions. If Mr. Domingo's kind indulgence, if he will allow me first to address the two other questions of Mr. Tatad, I will do that very quickly.
Yeah, okay with me.
All right.
Okay with me.
Well, the second question of Senator Tatad is it wise or not to participate in the election at the moment? He has no firm opinion or judgment of that, but he still needs to discern and wait for developments, I suppose. And connected with that question is his view that wouldn't election be a farce if the incumbent is allowed to run for vice president? But the nature of our election has for some time now been has for a long time now been considered farcical if it is seen in the context of real democracy. Whenever elections are held and only those who are equipped with the wherewithals of power, and they have usually been identified by the activists of old as guns, goons, and gold, and which may have now transmuted into different forms. The gold will continue to be there. The guns will continue to be there. But the other transmutations will be who controls the cyberspace, who controls some other technology and everything else. So in that sense, our elections have for a long time been farcical. It is just getting to be more and more farcical. The fact that people are actually limited in their choices, that whenever there are new personas who dare to present themselves to the electorate, as I mentioned earlier, the system reacts and the system responds by expelling them out immediately, either by disqualifying them as nuisance candidates, which I was a victim of in my own province of Bulacan, where my uncle was a governor for 18 years, only because I challenged my own uncle, who happens to have the same surname, during the 1984 Batasan Assemblyman elections. Now, so I am saying that, but this time around, the farce may even go further because, as correctly pointed out by Senator Tatad, if one is prohibited from doing something directly, definitely he is also prohibited from doing that indirectly. You run for elections for the highest office, and you cannot continue to hold on to the powers of that office through the back door and by doing it indirectly, even in registration, for example, of a company that is supposed to be public in nature, buying a delisted company which has a secondary license, may be considered as an indirect violation of the prohibition. So very clearly, from a legal point of view, the attempt to run for the second highest position in order to continue influencing the highest position, if not controlling it, is infirm. It is legally infirm. But for it to be considered as such, it will have to be brought as a justiciable issue before our courts. So the next question to ask is the courts beholden to the one who will be affected by the decision? So once again, that is another dimension of it becoming a farce. So from the legal point of view, the battle will be in the highest courts, and who are now in control of the highest courts. So the question is, will the highest court actually render a decision or a judgment that will be not in conformity with the person who will be affected by that decision? Now, politically, even as we have indicted the surveys that we have right now in the country, we noted that in the question of whether they would like the incumbent to run for the next highest position, the percentage of support that he received was very low. So the sense of the people appears to be that they know and they understand that kind of a move to be a farcical move, something that will really make a mockery of our electoral process, make a mockery of the constitutional prohibition against seeking a second term. So from a political point of view, if only to be based on the survey results, it would appear that people are going to oppose it, people are going to object to it. Now, philosophically, and when I say philosophically, it goes to the deep-rooted real issue. In other words, what is the real issue of the attempt to run for the next highest position after ending your term in the highest position? The philosophical reason for that is perpetuation and continuation in power, insurance and protection. And that is the only way by which you can look at it. And when I said a foreign force is somehow influencing that kind of a decision, it is the Damocles sword that is hanging over the head of the incumbent of a possible arrest should the ICC decide to issue a warrant against him for alleged violations of human rights, which are not being litigated by our courts. And that kind of a Damocles sword will explain why there is a need for protection and for insurance. While it has been pointed out that immunity does not attach to the second highest position, if the one who actually now occupies the highest position will give him the legal shield, then that is also a protection and a security and insurance that he can avail of. Now, in this matter of threats against the incumbent who is about to end his term of office and who sees his power going to be not just going to be diminished, the call of a Machiavellian way of exercising power will be just too tempting not to use it. So all the scenarios which were described to us by Senator Tatan definitely will apply to the situation. So it is for the people to see through the real intention. Of course, the argument that will be given by the apologists for this kind of a political move or this kind of a strategy also for continuation and perpetuation of power is that people want continuity. People want more of what they have right now. People want more of the same. So it is for the people again also to put their destiny into their hands and to speak out and to say no. And if the surveys, at least on that point, can, even if the surveys seem to be influenced also by interests other than those of the people, then it would appear that whoever is influencing the surveys also are giving or telegraphing their answer. No, 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 you cannot do that. You are not going to get yourself out of the hook by doing something that you have been doing on the local level. We have internationalized this issue. Note that all those who have somehow gone against the currents of international public opinion and the international sense provided by the powers that be have either ended up being overthrown or being incarcerated. Worse, being killed. It is never easy to speak in a very outspoken or direct way, especially when you invite danger to yourself. But that's the only way you can perhaps enlighten the people and open their eyes to what is really happening in our politics at the moment. And therefore, I thank Senator Tatag for bringing that question to the fore, as it gives us the opportunity to really discern and to really examine it closely, as he would put it. Do we really want more of this? If we do, then we have no other people to blame, other we ourselves no, to blame. We, the people, have to blame ourselves for bringing this about us. No? Okay. Now, insofar as the third observation of popularity, well, I will not even go to the extent of saying that, which again was correctly painted to us as a picture by Senator Tatag, that that's questionable. Is it really popular? But even if you look just at the results of all of the surveys, it has never gone up to 28%. Now it has dived to 20%. And as I keep on saying, that simply means, if you read it from our point of view, 80% of the people do not want to have more of the same. But the 80% are fragmented, atomized, as a result of what Professor Hill reiterated from what I mentioned. We get enamored with our own ideas times, with our own propositions, with our own way of doing things. And I agree with him that there should be a process. And that is all we need to agree on at the moment. We have to agree on a general destination. System change is the general destination we want to have. We don't want to have more of this system. We want to change it. But how do we change it? And with what kind of system are we going to change it? That will be a matter of deliberations and debate. And the process is provided. That's the reason why you have to advocate for a forum like a constitutional convention. Okay, it is in the constitutional convention where you debate issues like that. In the 1898 Malolos Congress in 89 that drafted the 1899 Malolos Constitution, the issue of separation of church and state was debated very not just vociferously, but it was debated very heatedly. And the principle of separation of church and state won only by one vote. And it won by one vote because of a scheme or strategy that the pro-separation proponents did. No, they made sure that the vote was going to be taken when the anti-proponents of separations were not in the session hall. So even our own founding fathers were not spared from this kind of tactics. But that's all part of the game. In other words, you want to promote and protect your interests. Politics allows you to play the game, but the game has to be played according to the rules in much the same way that sports are played according to rules. And that's the reason why CJ Puno is saying, in a democracy, rule of law is very important because it is the rule of law that makes sure that everybody has the discipline to behave according to a certain way. So if we agree on a process, a framework by which we will be resolving our differences, by which we will give life to what we often say, you know, I may not agree with you, but I will protect your right to disagree. We should give life to that through a forum, through a body by which deliberations, discussions, and voting are done in order for that to happen. That is even the essence also of parliamentary government that you're saying. And can you imagine even a party in power in parliament questions their own peers, they question their own people, they debate, they argue, because it is only through that that they're able to clarify the ideas that will be the foundation of the policy that they want to formulate and to execute. So on the point of popularity, I agree with Senator Tatan, but that will have to be demonstrated. If the 80% continues to be divided, then you will have a plurality or a minority president again, not representing the real sentiments and the voice and interest of the people. So we must endeavor to find a process framework by which we can come together. Parenthetically, let me just say, in the 2016 elections, we started then an advocacy we call the People's Primary. There were new political personas at the time, Among Edo Pampanga, Grace Padaka of Isabela. The Catholic Church encouraged De Los Reyes, no? JC De Los Reyes, the nephew of Senator Gordon, to be their candidates. Nikki Perlas, and we pointed that out to them. I mean, for you to have a decent chance of showing a good support in the elections, you have to agree, submit yourself to a people's primary. I was surprised, despite the fact that they were considered at that time as non-traditional politicians. No one wanted to give up. Each one of them wanted to pursue their respective political campaign, and you know what happened. Okay, so I am just saying that because it is really in the system to enamor you, to you are the one who has the correct idea, you are the one and therefore that is where my call for having the spirit of love of God and love of country comes into the picture. It is only that spirit that can make us overcome our being full of ourselves. It is only that kind of spirit that will make us prescient from it. So, as I told you, even you are an 1899 Malolos Constitution Congress, and therefore I refer all the time to our founding fathers. Our founding fathers, after they got united in a process forum, which was the Malolos Congress, and they were able to craft a constitution and agree to it, that eventually the constitution got divided. Rather, the movement got divided. Before, it was the Magdiwang and the Magdalo. It was when the ambitions of leaders became the more important factor rather than the objective of freeing the country. Even our own national hero Rizal dared not to give a resolution when he was approached by Dr. Pio Valenzuela in Dapitan, Zamboanga, and he said, but you want to wage a revolution, you do not have the arms, you do not have this, you do not have that. He failed to see the sense of the people. The sense of the people at that time, the spirit of the people at that time was, they were going to risk everything if only they will only gain freedom. Now, is that spirit present in the current situation? I really don't know. Our people are much too involved and much too close to ordinary issues of the stomach, of gut issues, and of just trying to survive. And unless that it gets connected, unless they're able to prescind, and why is it that I'm not politicizing it? I believe in the spirit of my faith, but I am just using it as a phenomenon that I would inviting you attention. Why is it that every January 9, the entire Manila perhaps is filled by about 6 million people trying to follow an icon, a wooden icon? What is it that that wooden icon represents? Everybody, the intellectuals will say it's folk religion, it's superstition, it's etc. and everything else. Nobody wants to speak of what is really the spirit in the culture of our people that describes that phenomenon, And I am saying that spirit is in each and every one of us. That is all that we need to awaken. Now to the point of Kasan Domingo, what they mentioned about food blockade. There was also another one that was used by people known to us, close to us, but who have since gone to the great beyond. Our good friend Manny Cruz, Herbero, Jerby, no? Professor Hill knows him. They were the leaders of the transport unions at the time. When the government increased the price of gasoline only by, I think, 1 or 2 centavos, they paralyzed the entire transportation system in Manila. Now, all of those, food blockade, etc. During the time of another president in 2004, there was a proposition on the part of those working in the pantalans, working in the ports, and they're saying that we have the union to prevent actually ships, the pilots of ships, of bringing the ships in so much so that no goods coming from abroad can actually be unloaded. Okay, but there is always a condition, and the condition will always be not because they want to do it. The condition is we need resources, we need financial support so that we will do it. Very much different from what the farmers, I think, of Kasani, when they did the food blockade, and the transport workers of Perbero did when they went on strike. They did that out of conviction. They did that out of their spirit that this is the right thing to do. So as tactics that can be connected to a general strategy, all those options are open. But we should really have focus. And the focus is, while we cannot achieve ideological unity all the time, there has to be some form of political unity, because people, for as long as they're divided, cannot have power. The power of the people will have to be amalgamated. It will have to be consolidated. And usually that is consolidated in a person that they trust, in the idea that is advocated by that person, and in a structura, sistema, or organization, a vehicle that they want to ride in. Okay, so the vehicle will have to be provided. In the case of our founding fathers, the vehicle was the kataas-taasan, kagalang-galangan, katipunan ng mga anak ng bayan. That was the vehicle. What was the political idea that galvanized and freedom, liberty, independence from Spain? Okay, so who was the persona? Initially, it was Bonifacio. Later on, he was challenged by Aguinaldo. Among his generals, you have Del Pilar, you have Luna, and these generals were divided behind these personalities. Who actually galvanized them? It was the person of Rizal. But the person of Rizal galvanized them not because Rizal resolved the ideological differences, the political differences in the assessments of capabilities, and even in Rizal's own reformist ideas. That was not what galvanized them. It was the death of Rizal in Bagong Bayan. It was when he was shot by the foreign power dominating us at that time that galvanized the country. So, spirit, I am sorry if I keep on harping on that, and I am not also saying, because there is spirit in everything we're doing. There is a spirit in your Congress. There is spirit in your initiatives. There is a spirit in what other groups are doing. There is spirit. But these are, as we have been admonished, many members, one body, many gifts, one spirit. The gift of being able to provide a process framework is with Professor Hill. The gift of being able to identify this provision in the Republic Act that will provide a vehicle to mobilize people from 50 in every barangay, 100 in every municipality, 1,000 in every province is a gift. It was a gift that was given to our lawyer participant and to engineer Yen. Each one has a gift. Senator Tata has the gift of when it comes to communication and information. Question: if the gifts are all born out of the spirit, what spirit will bring these gifts together in order for it to be demonstrated in action of faith? Why? Because if you are going to be afraid, then definitely our ranks will be divided. No? Some will just decide to keep quiet. But if the same spirit tells everybody, no, kapit kamay, kapit bisig, we march together, then that's it. That was the spirit of the first quarter storm, the spirit of the youth, full activists at that time, what I call as the catalyst generation, which right now we are just the transition generation. We owe it to this millennial and other next generation to bequeath to them a nation that they can be proud of, a nation that can prosper them, a government that can prosper them. If we fail, then that is our own doing, but we have to try. And 2022 will definitely be not just a significant year for us. It may very well be the ultimate challenge to us on where we are going and how we are going to go about it. Last word said. Is it what do we prepare to know where we're going and not know how to do it, or know how to do it and not know where we are going? It should not be either. It should be both. We should know where we're going and know how to do it, and then know how to do it and know where we're going. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Attorney Serapio. And by the way, I would like to, before I forget, I would like to remind you to please provide Professor Hill the names and the contact address of that particular leaders in the region. So Professor Hill can do something as far as our intentional signatures.
Mr. Speaker, I think
Yes.
somebody here, iPad Amor, I think was trying to raise her hand earlier.
Oh.
Why don't we let her talk so that she tell him
I haven't-
him or her?
I haven't seen. Can you identify yourself, please?
iPad Amor, where is she now? She disappeared. She's here.
Amor?
I don't know. iPad Amor? She's here,
He-
but
she-
she was raising her hand
Who
earlier.
is that person who raising his hand? Can you please raise your hands again?
That's iPad Amor. That's her.
I-
Anyway, since she doesn't want to talk, there is, I think Congressman Willie Villarama just joined us. Maybe she has
Yes,
something to tell us.
Congressman Willie Villarama, you are recognized.
Dibo, kanina po ako dito. Hindi na ako nakikita. I just would like to congratulate my lalawigan, no? And napakaganda ng yung sinabi. And I share with him, no? Kasi kahit na tayo sa grupo natin, iba-ibang interpretasyon natin ng federalism. Napakahirap po talagang buuin ng Pilipino. Parang lang, yung Biblia. Yung Biblia, iba interpretasyon ng mga ibang Katoliko, mga ibang non-Catholic, mga sa Ten Commandments. Yung pinopromote kong kamagnakaw, according to the Catholic Bible, ayaw isuot naman nung hindi Katoliko dahil mali daw yung numero ng aking Exodus, no? So tinanggal ko na lang yung kung anong preso, Exodus na lang nilagay ko. Wala na yung wala na yung mismong numero, no? And ganyan na Pilipino. But I think bata pa naman tayong bansa eh. Huwag tayong mainip at tanggapin natin yung mga ibang bansang matagumpay ngayon. Dumaan sila sa mga grabing patayan. Russia, England, no? France, no? Sa Amerika, yung civil war. At sa atin dito, easy lang tayo, no? And pinanganak tayo 1946, hindi ako nagkakamali. Bata ng 2 taon yung bansa natin. And I think looking at things with hope, no? Hindi naman masama ang ginagawa, hindi naman masama ang kalagayan natin dahil masyado tayong sinakot ng iba't ibang mga banyaga. Kaya ang utak natin nagkahalo-halo talaga. And we had may iba tayong loyalties. Yung iba talagang gusto Kastila, iba Hapon, iba Amerika, no? So pag nagagalit tayo halimbawa sa China, dami naman mga nakikinabang na sa China, no? Mga Pilipino doon. Amerika, ganun din. Gagalit tayo sa Amerika, nagagalit yung mga OFW natin doon, no? So ang shortcut ko, let us hope that one day we can sing the same song. Kamukha kamukha ni Charlie sa Bulacan, matagal ng yan, naghahanap ng pagbabago na mismong kamag-anak niya na nakakalabang ko doon, Governor Santiago, akong Vice Governor ng Liberal Party. Talagang napakahirap buwagin, no? Dahil para bang he who has the gold rules eh. Wala kaming laban, So ang tingin ko it's still the rich versus the poor. The rich, ibig sabihin, yung may pera, may ginto, may baril, no? Tapos yung poor, the helpless poor, hanggang di natututong mag-organisa, kamukha yung mga kinikwento ni Charlie, yung mga strike ng mga jeep. Well, parang yung nakikita ko ngayon, parang pagod na yung mga tao sa mga ganyan. EDSA 1, EDSA 2, kasi walang nangyayari. So mahirap nang lahin sila. Kailangan matuklasan natin. Yung sinabi nga ni Charlie na maghanap tayo ng common denominator. Once and for all, yun lang itutulak natin. Kasi kahit sa parliamentarism, federalism, democracy, kanya-kanyang paniniwala, no? So, kahit yung mga tao, mga bata, naguguluhan kahit itong isang bayan, ayun, sumulat na yung isang grupo ng isang bayan sa kapamunuan, baka naman sila masyado nagmamadali sa pagpili kay Leni Robredo. Para bang tinanganan na lang ng mga Makati boys ang pinalabas si Leni ang napili. Pero yung left of center, mga progressive na mga leaders, yun, sumulat na sila, tinatanong kung tama yun. So yun ang problema. Hindi tayo pa magaling sa pag-organisa ng kababayan natin. Ako, I've been trying yung aking voters education since 2006. Napakasimple pero nahalta ko, parang yung mga kaibigan ko, siyempre nasa AB crowd, parang kinokontra o parang hindi sila believe doon na may hidden agenda sila. Ayaw nila talagang maturuan ng pagboboto yung mahihirap eh. Kasi sinimplify ko na yung voters education ko eh. Ibang qualities lang para shortcut. parang may mock election, tapos huhubaran mo yung mga kandidato, ilalabas mo lahat sa social media yung kagalingan nila at kabaho at saka yung baho nila. Well, walang positive reaction. Sabi, oy, maganda, galing-galing mo. Parang nakikipagbulahan na lang o kaya ayaw nilang sumali. Yun ang nakikita ko kasi kahit itong grupo natin, mabibilang mo kung ilan ang nagmamalasakit para makinig sa ating pinaplano. Ilan tayo? 18, 20, minsan siyam. So, kailangan magtulong-tulong tayong mag-isip kung paano talaga natin makaka-capture, lalo na yung mga millennial, yung mga kabataan, no? Kasi ang maganda dito sa mga Zoom, makikita na ba natin kung ilan yung kung ilan yung nanonood. Kamukha yung launching ng Sambayan eh. Nakakayak eh. Ewan ko, wala pa yatang 200 o 150 ang nanonood. Ako kasi malihig ako manood. Kaya binibilang ko kasi yung participants, talagang para bang hindi naman binoykot, para bang sa kaguluhan nila, sa kaguluhan ni Lenny kung tatakbo o hindi, at parang si Lenny lamang ang paborito nilang panlaban talaga, na binibilang nilang tunay na oposisyon, nate-turn off. Dahil hindi naman porket kumampi ka sa isang politiko tapos nilabanan mo. Hindi naman sa akin okay yun eh. Kasi nagising yung tao eh. Parang yung makasalanan. Kamukha si San Pablo. Pumapatay ng Kristiyano yan. Daming pumapatay ng tao, etc. Pero na-convert. So, hindi maganda yung sabihin nila, sino ba mga tunay na oposisyon dito? Pinapalabas nila na sila tunay na oposisyon. Nagkaroon naman sila ng pagkakataon patakbo ng gobyerno. Nagkalati naman sila eh. Ano yung pagmamalaki nila? Anong pagmamalaki nila? Tumangan sila ng ilang taon sila nasa pwesto? 18 years. Cory, FBR, Pinoy. 18 years tangad ng grupo ni Aquino yung gobyerno. So, hindi ako galit, pero pinapaliwanag ko lang. After 18 years, mas mayaman na ba yung mahirap o lalong hirap? Ngayon, ang galit na galit tayo sa isang presidente, mag-6 na taon lang. So, ang ibig ko sabihin, parang ang ating kinakampanya, yung kabahuan ng kapwa-tao, hindi yung solusyon sa mga problema. Sinasabi ni Charlie, hanggang hindi solusyon ang binibigay natin, o kaya solusyon na hindi naman maintindihan ng masa, talagang mahihirapan tayo umusan. Talagang problemang malaki yan. Kasi, di ba, para bang nagkwentuhan ng Ilocano at Kapampangan at Bisaya, hindi magkakaintindihan. Pero let us not give up. I think one day, makaka-invento din tayo. Yun lang po. Thank you. Salamat, kabayan.
Congressman Villarama. I think you are right for citing Exodus of the Bible because that was cited by former Senator Nini Pimentel when they drafted the local government code. Any reaction?
I think Senator Tatar would like to say something.
Senator Tatat?
Now,
Before we...
So 4,000. Alright, ibagamta ko nga tigas tata oray o ibagamta ipadala ko ipadala ko dito ay tamuha kisyan diyan datan lima na. Sige. I-text mo tanong at least kompleto.
Sino nagsalita? iPad at more? iPad at more?
Okay.
Ikaw ba yun?
iPad more was talking, no? At more.
Hindi ko na...
Anyway, this Mr. Jamal Mongrato, were you raising your hand earlier?
Mangura Dato, are you raising your hand? Mel, can you please unmute Jamal Mangura Dato?
No, I'm not raising my hand.
Sorry.
Okay, can I have the floor?
Yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
recognize
we're
Dr.
about to end our sessions, but I would like to address the thing about popularity because I know something about surveys, and I'm saying that indeed they're not bringing it out, but the popularity of the president is in free fall. In 2019, Survey ng Bayan made a survey of presidential preferences, and in December of 2019, the preference for Sara was at 34%. At that time, the popularity of the Digong was at 87%, as recorded by Pulse Asia and SWS, and also by my own survey, the Survey ng Bayan. Now, in 2021, in the January, the preference for Sara was at 28%. And I said that the trajectory is going down. And in September, just recently, the recently released survey shows that the preference for Sara is just 20%. Using basic ratio proportions, if the preference for Sara is 20%, and you extrapolate it into the pull factor from the popularity of the president, that means that as of now, the popularity of President Digong is only at 51%. So this is a massive fall from 2016, wherein Survey ng Bayan recorded the popularity of Digong during his first SONA at 94%. So a drop of 94% to 51% now. That is really a free fall process, which has accelerated after the exposures that were done in the Senate. Now, I want to tell you a scenario which may mean something or which may mean nothing. Right now, Digong is making noises about visiting the United States. So somebody in his group of people is egging him maybe to put his best foot forward in relating to the United States. Then you also have the scenario wherein Carpio is insisting that Lenny Robredo should run for the presidency, even with the very poor ratings of Lenny. And then you have this noises of the ICC going to arrest Digong anytime or issue a warrant. So you see a scenario wherein Digong goes to the US, Lenny is running for president, and then Digong gets arrested in the United States by the ICC. So I'm trying to share that funny thought with you, and so you can think about it. So, Mr. Speaker, that's all I have to share.
Mr. Speaker.
Okay,
Mr. Speaker.
Tony Dominguez, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. So there was talk about all of us having a common denominator. And so if I may open the topic, maybe this time and maybe in the next one, as to whether our group should be supporting a presidential bar in the event of an election. But by analysis, following the analysis of Prof. Hill, there could be no election. So the question now is, what common denominator can we have if there's an election? Must we join in selecting who should be the next president because he's most qualified and he's most sympathetic to our movement for a system change? Or if there's no election, what should we be doing? That's the basic question. So maybe if since we have now Charlie and Senator Tata with us and Profil and others who may want to comment. So these are two scenarios that will happen. If there's an election, what should our group be doing? If there's no election, what should our group be doing? If I may propose, if there will be an election, I think we should have, if we follow AIDA. You remember, Mr. Speaker, AIDA? Could you recall it to the group? Who is AIDA? You don't remember anymore. Anyway, AIDA, in marketing, an ideology, a product, a system, a spirit. means AIDA should always come in. A means awareness. So with what we're doing, we're getting everybody aware of what should happen or what should be done. AIDA, we're getting people interested to join us. And
Point
I'm-
of order, Sunny Domingo, because we are almost run out of time. Can you please
yes, okay, I'll finish that. So, okay, D is for desire. I think the common denominator should be an action. So, what action shall we take in the event of an election, if it will go through, or what action should we take if there is no election? Because we must have an action. Otherwise, we will never be able to have an idea on what we are trying to do. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you, Kasani. And because we are ruled by law, not ruled by man, I would like to remind each and everyone that as mentioned by Congressman Willie Villarama about Exodus and Nini Pimentel when he wrote the local government code, he also mentioned Exodus 11 too. So I would like to call the attention of everybody that if ever possible, because a lot of complaint we heard now. So if we could apply Republic Act 7160, if I'm not mistaken, or the so-called the local government code or barangay assembly, and that particular provision of law needs the signature of all registered voters or even percentage of registered voters to sign the petition, shifting the presidential system of government to parliament, as well as adopting the 1899 Constitution. So I think that could solve all the issues and problems we are facing at present. Thank you. Professor Hill, your last word.
Yeah, I would like to say thank you for everybody's participation. Senator Tatad, the Katipunan ng Kamalayan Kayumanggi and Attorney Charlie Serapio. This was a very fruitful meeting, I think, and we should try to develop through further communications to follow through with patterns of action as suggested by Kasani on what to do next. And we should, by the next meeting on next Saturday, we would have known all the presidential candidates that would have registered. And that's what Senator Tatad said. He doesn't want to speculate. He would like to observe and see who would come out there and really vie for the presidency. The Louis Sanz candidates as well as the major candidates. And then we plan our action as suggested by Kasani in the next session of Congress. How to conduct ourselves during this election season and in the context of the presidential candidacies that will go ahead, and also in the context of what the Katipunan ng Kamalayan Kayumanggi has outlined, that they will participate in the coming elections. So I think with that, Mr. Speaker, let's give the floor to those who would like to speak, like Senator Tatad or also Attorney Serapio, as their parting words before we end our session. Thank you very much.
Okay, Attorney Senator Tatad.
I agree with Dr. Ramos that this has been a very productive and fruitful session, and looking forward to more.
Attorney Serapio.
Let me thank the Congress of the 1899 Constitution. And mabuhay po tayo at salamat po sa pagkakataon na makinig po kahit makadaog palad sa mabunga na pag-uusap na ito. Salamat po.
Okay. May we hear from Cebu, from Roy Emplio?
Yes, we are indeed in the right path of truly paving our own way of reaching unity as Filipinos, and we hope and pray that all of us will surely discern and ask God's wisdom so that all our decisions and our passionate desires will be achieved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And how about from Urban 4? Can we hear some words from you?
Anybody else like Danilo
Urban 4
Maravillas?
sector.
Anybody who would like to say anything?
So for those who are here, if you want to say something, can you raise your hand? So if no more, if no one has to say something, then I will declare the adjournment of this plenary session.
Yeah, I move for the adjournment, Mr. Speaker.
So
Thank
move.
you.
Second.
And plenary session October 2 is adjourned
We
at
will
12.
meet, we will meet again October 9.
Yes. And
That is
my last
right after the deadline for registration of candidacies.
Correct. Kong Villarama, you
Hmm.
are raising your hand? Are you raising your hand? Okay, thank you. So the session is adjourned.
No, administrative. Can you put this on the Facebook on an edited manner? This is very nice session that we have. But may I request, while Kong Villarama has been with us for many sessions, we should ask him to do something also, and then we should take out things that are coming in.
This session
Okay.
is live, so you can share it immediately.
Danilo
And,
Maravillas would like to say something, Mr. Speaker.
Danilo Maravillas is raising his hand. Okay, you have the floor.
Yes.
Yes.
Good morning. Good noon. Excuse me.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Okay. I would like to ask if we have some sort of materials be given to those who are interested, who will sign our signature campaign in the change of form of government. I was suggesting that immediately, because it is by next week, the filing of candidacies for the petitions for those who are interested to run, that it will be best they should meet on a provincial level for those, then go to the barangay coordinators to really move for the signature campaign, because that is what we call the People's Initiative through the Katipunan Party. Now, so, you know, we lack logistics, and we should maximize. We should maximize the limited time that we will be able to gather the required number of signatures. So I don't know.
Yes, yes, we will get in touch with you, Mr. Maravillas, to give you some material.
Okay, so for the time being, see you next Saturday. And I do hope that the signature, I doubt there is no conflict of what we are doing against the election. I don't think so that there is conflict. But we will see what will happen next. But I do believe that by Saturday we could finalize as to whether or not we have to conduct the local, we have to apply the local government code or the barangay assembly, or we have to keep silent on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Goodbye. See you on October 9.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Tama-tama.